absurdly large amount of AWOL Nation, which doesn't make any sense. I think actually AWOL Nation was the thing that kind of put me back onto this, because AWOL Nation put out a album of cover songs, including the original artists. So it was like, it's an album of covers where AWOL Nation does the majority of the covers, but there's like they did a Beck cover, and Beck was actually in that song, which is just weird. So I listened to that album, and that kind of like sent me on. I ended up listening to Beck for a whole bunch. And then from there, I just kind of went into Fountains of Wayne and all those others that I mentioned. I don't really like this soundscape. This kind of sucks. That was pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people don't quite, like, they see me wearing my Slipknot shirts and stuff and just think that that's all that I want to listen to. And it's like, It's very rare that people actually nail the kind of music that I want to listen to. It's very, very, very rare. But every now and again, people do. Everybody's just... But yeah, at the end of the day, if there's a person that you're just like, Blind, do you listen to this? Post it on Discord in the music section, and then I'll actually just give it a listen and let you know. That, or I won't give it a listen and won't let you know, or I'll be like, yes, I've heard that and I don't like it, and then I won't let you know. I'll just move on with my life when I see it pop up and go, yeah, thing I don't care about. Like, I think a lot of people assume that I'm gonna... And this is maybe gonna sound mean. A lot of people assume that I'm very into, like... the kind of big, bombastic, like, nuclear blast label theme of things where it's just like, oh, yo, it's this big, symphonic, loud, overly produced thing like Scar Symmetry and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, when I was 11. I don't know. Like, there's certain types of music that I've just kind of aged out of. And, like, I'll go back to some of the old stuff I used to listen to when I was... younger. Music stereotypes, sure, but like I'll go back to some of those bands when I was younger, and like, you know, things like Ailstorm are funny, but do I listen to them? No. And like same with like Electric Callboy. It's like I'm very amused by Electric Callboy. Do I listen to Electric Callboy? Absolutely not. Like, I will watch each music video they upload once, go, have a chuckle, and then never think about them again. And it's kind of the same with, like, Nanowar of Steel and a lot of those bands as well, where it's just like, yeah, their music's fucking hilarious. Am I going to listen to it more than once? No, because I've got the punchline after the first time I listened to it. Like, they just, like, Electric Callboy just put out a song called Hurricane, which is just, like, a minute. I'm going to spoil that song, by the way. It's, like, a minute and a half of just, like, bouncy electric music, and then like a minute and 10 seconds of deathcore when the pretty lady that they're singing to is like actually a zombie and like rips their throat out and just like shreds them, and then the lyrics just go from like some sort of like rave song turns into girl wants to eat me, quite literally. And yeah, it's like, that was funny, but I'm never gonna listen to that song again. Hailstorm is what you call dumb metal? I mean, it's pirate metal, sir. Don't be derogatory to our gods and saviors, Hailstorm. Well, it was confirmed the construction of walls on floor tiles, or was that in later patches? It's apparently already in their version. You can build a floor and then build a wall on top of it. In Premium. Which is my most anticipated feature. Back to Longdeath. So we're slaughtering some unicorns. I can't remember when the last siege was, but it's 416 mid-autumn. We have 29 total dwarves, 51 after the temporary workers. So the full population is as follows. Dragon, Volleylol, Letharticus, Anonymo, Merc, Anthony, Malden, Bloodcat 17, Disco the 3rd, Diamond Destruct the 2nd, Massive, Wait What, Tygozar the 3rd, Lilem Katsu the 2nd, Zindros, Stone the 6th, I think is what that number is, Mist, Hoshan, the Skoid, who's probably getting up there though, Rory, Red Octobear, Paranoid Metroid, Arch, Do It. And then as we scroll down, Hops. And as we scroll down a bit more, Jimmy, Tibby, Farana, Air, Havoc, and Aqua the baby, followed by Navy the bard, who's also a very, very, very talented warrior. But with all of that aside, it looks like we have just finished trading with dwarves, meaning it's time to go back to melting metal objects for a little bit from the recent siege. It'll be a different world. Yeah, not having to deconstruct floors before you build walls on them is going to be lovely. Pirates avoid us having too much global warming, I'll have you know. What? I'm sorry, what? What, animal? What exactly? I'd like you to elaborate on this statement. Just a little bit. How do pirates stop global warming? Also, you'll probably see this when this dwarf runs back up, but I've changed the entrance of this slightly. Oh, right. Okay, so it's at... I understand. You're just reposting bullshit. Gotcha. Glad that we cleared that up. But they're going to turn around and run back up. Also, we're working on that metal statue. You know, it's funny. It's like a lot of this stuff in this world, I'm very capable of going, haha, that's funny. Flying spaghetti monster, I don't find funny. Birds aren't real. Very funny. Flying spaghetti monster just makes me smack my forehead so hard I feel the indent. It doesn't annoy me. It's just sad. Anyway, so I made a new entrance into the lava area to hopefully speed up the process of cleaning all of the bits and pieces out. So instead of them going all the way up and around and through the side, they now just walk straight up and in, which is way more efficient. Way more efficient. You'll see what I mean in a second. They just go straight up in here through the side. And we also have a little side entrance for them. So this whole process goes way faster now of just running in here to grab all of the bits and pieces of iron gear to then be melted down. This actually had 2 sieges worth of dudes in it, so it's kind of busy and there's a lot of it, which means, you know, we gotta get them cleaned out. The thing that I've got to do, though, is I've got to remove melt from most of these cage traps because I just want them replaced. I don't actually need them melted. I don't think that they wouldn't have people in them because they would have been burned to a crisp. So now that all of the lava's gone, I got to just assign them to be put back. I also got to make some more cages. We got picks, gold statue. Okay. Cage, iron. Let's say 10. A couple. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, you're loading cage traps, which is what we need. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's like if you're going to mock somebody, be funny about it. I don't find the flying spaghetti monster funny. It's funny in concept the first time you see it. The 246,983rd time you see it, I'm good. I get the joke. Yes, we burn them into crisps. That's by being torched with lava, they magically become potatoes and chips at the same time. It's absolutely how that works. Looks like we've got some teeth here that we got to get rid of. All right, yeah, it's Wait What's teeth, because Wait What tantrumed. Wait What in prison? Or did Wait What just get a beating? I think Wait What just got a beating. Wait What tantrumed towards the end of yesterday, and now this dwarf's in a... not a great way. Not terribly. Hello, Silken Sword. Trying to catch up on Plank of Nations currently. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I feel like the people who watch my YouTube stuff are just in this perpetual state of trying to catch up. Like, no, very few people are actually always caught up. And most people are just like, Yeah, I'm 15 episodes behind. This dwarf's carrying a silver crutch. You must. I really hope you like your silver crutch. Granted, I'm sure it's also heavy as hell, so hopefully you're enjoying the strength training. I want to practice a craft. New week, new bits. Thank you for the 91 cents. Big thanks, man. Hope you've been doing all right, Frog. I hope that you did that intentionally, but congrats, you're running in the 90s. First notification of money of the day. But yeah, no, I feel like a lot of people... Chat, can I get a couple beers for the running in the 90s? I do feel like a large portion of my audience is just in a perpetual state of constantly trying to catch up. Which, kind of funny. Like, I don't want to be mean, but it's kind of funny. You're hoping to start a new fort sometime soon, so you, hoping for a new fort start sometime soon so you can watch it build from the start, but you guess that the mood is not everyone who's... yeah, pretty much. I mean... Well, I mean, running is for dicks, so... Once again, I reference an obscure podcast that some people get sometimes, and it's instant friends when they do. But yeah, no, What are we catching up on? Oh, I'm just saying that the majority of the people who watch my YouTube videos are in a perpetual state of trying to catch up with a series that I have running. So either it's The Plank of Nations, The Crimson Pulley, or Longdeath, or something. Like, they're always, like, halfway through one of them, and it's just like, I'm on episode 12, let's just say, of Plank of Nations, which I just hit, like, episode 20-something of, but I put them out at such a, like, I've had some people ask me if I can cut them down to 30 minutes, which theoretically would make me more money because there'd be more videos going up with more ads in them. But I don't think people quite realize that if I cut them all down to 30 or 40 minutes from a 5-hour VOD that I record 3 times a week, that would be like 20 videos a week. Maybe more. Was Stone an original 7? I'd need to go back and look. I can't remember who was in the original 7. I know Cassie was. Wait, so you got soap in your eyes? That sucks. Hey, Rolf. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, no, there's also investments are open for those of you who care. Yeah, I don't know. I keep an eye on the Plank of Nations, because there will probably be a new fort in the next couple weeks in that fort, in that series. Because right now it's Plank of Nations Threat Dweller, and it'll probably go from Threat Dweller to something else. But I've been enjoying Threat Dweller, and I've got goals for that fort's constructions, and I want to finish them, so... I actually have, like, a big... Alright, who dropped their lunch? That's a lot of miasma for, like, a couple sandwiches. Walk around it, dwarves. It'll be fine. And one whose name is getting blocked? By my camera? What would have been blocking it in Longdeath? Okay, I'm gonna go look at Longdeath episode 1. Give me a second. I mean, I could tell you. Yeah, okay. So for Longdeath, the original 7 are Tapioc, Zapdos, Eripterus, Pispan, Draxiteer, Stone, and Burger for Longdeath. Yeah, no, Stone was talking about Longdeath. I was gonna say Elamino. There's no way it was Elamino. Yeah, so Stone was in the original 7 for Longdeath. You just didn't last that long, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't you fall down? Was it Stone 1 who died in the cave-in, or did you die in a, like, falling down a flight of stairs? Oh, I saw a good Silken Sword. I actually can't remember what your demise was. Something happened, but... Stone 1 was cave-in? Gotcha. Just gonna dump those. Yeah, Stone 2 was a vulture attack, yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen vultures. I'm starting to think that they're all just dead. Like, or rather, buzzards. Wait, are you... Are you calling buzzards turkey vultures? Because I almost never see those either anymore. I do still sometimes see owls, but buzzards are like, they don't exist in this world anymore, practically. I think that Paranoid Metroid is becoming another, like, Jimmy Tibby, where he's just, like, currently super stressed, but eventually we'll just, like, sort it out. Because he's not tantruming frequently. I know that there was somebody in chat a while ago who was making a cloth that could be harvested from plants that had the same properties as silk, but could also be made into wafers similar to adamantine that could be sewn in or smelted after it had been made into wafers, after it had the strands extracted, to be made into swords and weapons. Right, okay. Stone. Because Dwarf Fortress also has turkey vultures that aren't buzzards. Buzzards and turkey vultures are two separate things, so you confuse me when you're like, turkey vultures. Like, there was never any turkey. There was never any vultures here. There's buzzards. Also, looks like we're chaining a merchant. Oh, crap. Did I do the thing again? I did the thing again. So it looks like Kib's getting... So it looks like a couple of merchants are going to prison. For dubious reasons. Looks like I accidentally traded something I wasn't supposed to. Which leads me to believe that Lycott and Kib are both going to prison. Well as Mist. All for 169 days. It's not too bad. They all like their time in prison. It'll be a nice vacation from the normal labor. Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time. That's nothing new. Silken Sword. They were pondering disease, then they were pondering sickness, and now they ponder epidemic disease. Oh, so far you like being in prison. We'll see how you feel about it when we get back to you. Chain up Mist next. Though I'm kind of okay with them just getting chained up. I don't like them getting beatings. Like, if I could just do short prison sentences in this super nice prison, I would go for that. Because dwarves actually quite enjoy being in nice prison cells. Humiliated. Okay, that's not good. I have to take care of you when you get out. How about you? You sure the merchant has given birth to a boy? Chat, we've got a brand new baby boy in the fort. Any takers? Pilot, do you know how many dwarves you've had? In the past? One, two, three, four. So just Pilot V then. Pilot the fifth. You are a baby. You worship Onol. Of course, is the deity of the ignited creation. Takes the form of a female great horned owl and is associated with mountains. Not a very commonly worshipped god. You also worship the standard Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, the deity of jewels and wealth, who cursed the vampire Zoloro in the year 121, who still lives in our walls to this day. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. He has a broad body, and his nose bridge is concave, and his head is somewhat short, and his ears are somewhat narrow. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt, and his nose is somewhat long. He likes pyrolustite, sterling silver, blue diamond, loon leather, picks and bracelets, and toro for their roots. Taro for their roots? I guess it's a plant. And the sight of the heliotrope berry, and when possible prefers to consume blackberry wine and can't stand cave spiders. Has an amazing memory and feel for music. He personally has a deep dislike of the natural world and finds leisure time wasteful. Sees war as a useful means to an end. Typical baby. He is sometimes cruel and often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He tends to be passive in discussions and tends to not reveal personal information. He does not try to get things done perfectly and is slow to trust others, often nervous and occasionally overindulges. He's generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he is quite polite, and he generally finds himself hopeful about the future, and he often feels discouraged. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's a root vegetable? Gotcha. Used similarly to red bean paste in Southeast Asian cuisine. Oh, I mean, it sounds like a tuber if it's a root vegetable. To Google. Taro, plant. Wow, it looks like a tuber. Not something I've ever eaten. Yeah, I was gonna say one of the first things that popped up was fucking bubble tea, so I'm assuming it's like a superfood by that logic. Yeah, interesting. Gotta get to work before today's thunderstorm unloads. Travel safe. Avoid the thunder. Don't work too hard. Be nice to the cute girls at work. Handing in your nerd cred as you speak. It's fine. Someone has to. It looks like good eats. It's something I've probably eaten before and had no idea, which definitely is something that's happened to me many times in my life. Speaking of crazy things, I don't fully understand why my Dwarf Fortress videos get as many views as they do now. Like, today's video is literally just a non-announcement for announcement. It's like a tease of an announcement that's going to be happening sometime in the next couple weeks. Probably PAX. And it's like, the thing's got 1,000 views already. It's ridiculous. So many people who watch my videos. God damn. Okay, let's see how Mist is dealing with being chained up. Repentant. Okay, so Mist likes their time in prison. Meanwhile, this dwarf is humiliated, which is terrible. Who's the last one getting chained up? Oh, I see. Lycott also feels humiliated. Well, that's not good. I kind of feel like I need to make more places to be smelting stuff because I'm running out of dwarves to melt down stuff. Or rather, I'm running out of furnaces to melt down stuff. Because I got 24 right now. Although they haven't officially announced it at any point, just Tarn's teased it a couple times. Ugh. Which convention? Silken Sword. I mean, I don't have 8 million views on all of my work combined. Have a good lurk, cutest. It's like my YouTube channel has like 2 million views. 2.5, I think. My Twitch channel had almost 2 million views. And then Twitch was like, hey, we don't do views anymore. It's like, oh, cool. Great. So all of these numbers, all of these silly arbitrary numbers that don't matter, I spent years building up on and was very much looking forward to hitting 2 million. And then we're just gonna like stop counting views. Cool. Thanks, Twitch. I did too. It was fun to watch. I mean, yeah, it kind of sucked at times when like, it kind of sucked at times when like, people would comment and be like, you have so many views, but so few active viewers. That's like the only problem that would happen. Never said it wasn't a lot. I mean, you said 8 million views, Happy. I'm like, man. There's a panel about generative story engines. Because I think I've watched every single panel that Tarn's in or Zach's in on YouTube, including a bunch of unlisted videos that are just linked to on like strange websites on the internet. I think I've seen it. But yeah, it's almost impossible to look up anything regarding the premium version of Dwarf Fortress without finding my YouTube channel. I've kind of just got that SEO on lock. But the algorithm is not mean to me, but I also wouldn't say it's kind to me. Because like there will be like weird periods where the algorithm will give me little boosts and they'll be nice, but they don't last very long and they're not very consistent and they're also not particularly predictable. So I don't know how much the algorithm actually likes me. Because like I kind of do a lot of things that aren't great for the algorithm. As an example, like YouTube likes short content and stuff that's like 8 to 10 minutes long. And then there's me over here uploading like 7-hour-long VODs, which realistically, not great for the algorithm. Unlisted Tarn content? Well, I mean, like, there's a couple of, like, there's an interview with Zach and Tarn that Patrick Klepek did for Giant Bomb in 2012 that's unlisted on the Giant Bomb YouTube channel and on the Giant Bomb website, because they went to Iceland as part of Eve Fest or whatever it's called, the Eve Online convention, because they were there anyways because it was part of like Dwarf Fortress being put into an art museum alongside of Eve Online, so they got invited to Eve Fest, which was convenient because that's a game that Zach played at the time. I don't know if he still plays Eve, but at least at the time he was playing a lot of Eve, so they went out there and there's like a 15-minute long interview. I mean, it's fine. It's one of those interviews where it's like, oh, it's very clear the person doing the interviewing is interviewing them because the game is interesting, not because they know anything about it. It's one of those interviews, so I wouldn't necessarily say it's worth watching. The stuff that Tarn does that are the most interesting are the videos where like they just kind of let Zach and Tarn talk. Those are the most interesting ones, at least to me. The ones that are disappointing are always just the ones where they're like, They just ask the exact same questions that every single journalist would ask because they don't know anything about the game itself, which is fine. Like, I don't really expect people to know much about the game itself because very few people actually play it. But as somebody who does play it, it's always a little disappointing when it's just like, same questions about cats. No, for sure. I mean, like that the video that NoClip uploaded a couple of years ago, now 2 years ago now, which is just like Tarn talking about cats and giving the exact same interview he gave to every single major press outlet in that year on that press cycle. It was what, 2018 or 2019 or whatever it was. And that video to me was extremely disappointing because it's like, well, Okay, they're not going to make that gold statue, are they? Do I just... I have the gold. Yeah, I have 101 gold bars. You know what? I'm going to pull some of these down. Curious about something. So yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's videos like that are great for bringing in new players, but it's not what I'm looking for. And then, you know, people I would then hope would eventually stumble upon my interviews with Zach and Tarn, which is just, hey, let's answer very oddly specific questions from the community for an hour and a half. Because those are good fun. And it's just, you know, nice to be able to serve that audience. Even if I have, you know, even if like trying to convince people to come over to the Twitch channel is like pulling teeth. Remember when TV shows had the explosion at the beginning of every episode? Had the exposition at the beginning of every episode? I mean, I guess I could kind of see that. Yeah. You have an appointment to have your wisdom teeth removed next week? When I got my wisdom teeth removed, I sat in my bedroom and played Counter-Strike and League of Legends for 3 days straight. Hey, 3 ammo. Sup? I mean, yeah, there's always going to be a couple of new people coming over, but YouTube used to have this feature, right? And this was a feature that YouTube killed in... It was either 2016 or 20... Whenever they launched YouTube Gaming, like their live streaming platform, which is now defunct, right? But they still have, like, the better live streaming stuff. So, like, up until YouTube decided to, like, take live streaming seriously, they had this feature where you could link your Twitch channel to your YouTube channel, right? And if you linked your Twitch channel to your YouTube channel, when you were live on Twitch, a little pop-up about kind of just like this long, thin pop-up would pop up at the bottom right of the video and would say, now live on Twitch, and you could just click on it and it would take you over there. Back then, I uploaded some videos to YouTube because I streamed in those days. And I'd upload a video to YouTube and it would get 1 or 200 views and I'd get like 50 followers of just new people coming in. Makes me so mad that that feature doesn't exist now because, you know, I uploaded a video that in the last hour has gotten 1,100 views, looks like. I mean, it doesn't show that number yet, but that's what it's gotten according to background analytics. So that's a lot of people that could have potentially seen a little ad stating that I'm live. And it just kind of makes me sad that YouTube killed the most useful feature ages ago before I had an audience that was big enough to actually utilize that. Shrug. You're from a YouTube? Yep, from a YouTube a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But, you know, it is nice that people come over. It's just, it's still quite literally like pulling teeth for a lot of people. And there are some people that just have like this weird animosity against Twitch because YouTube is so much better, apparently. M2? Or is that just like I dropped my hand on my keyboard and pressed enter somehow? I mean, that would be 2M, right? Not M2. Well, what are we too mellow for? Cutest, what's up? M2D2, this is a very different thing. Also, a Gamescom stream went offline. Well done. Oh, so you're saying that you came from YouTube as well? How many people here found my Twitch channel through YouTube? Just show of hands. I mean, you know about my hatred for acronyms, I would think, cutest. Or my brain doesn't understand them. It's just like, I don't care how much you like Dark Souls. When you say DS in referring to Dark Souls, my brain goes to Nintendo's DS. Ask me nicely. That's how many. But yeah, this fort's huge. Do I have to? It's fucking 40 degrees in this house. Hair down in hot weather equals sweaty neck, and I really don't want to if I don't have to. So this is the top of the fort, where the bees live. Please? Fuck off. That's my response. Fine. Sweaty neck, my life is. I actually was going to disable that one this morning, but then I forgot. Anyway, top is where the bees live, which we used to make into mead. Now we just make it into wax. Mead is too annoying. This is the main level where most of the living. It's too late. It's down now. You get to feel bad about it. Down here is the throne room, which is the top area for the king. The center area is the tavern. The middle of the center area that's all colored is a temple. The right side is the king's dining room, and the left side's the library. Various drainage tunnels. Oh, ground level, where we keep all the unicorns. There's a few left, although I've had to slaughter a bunch of them. Down here is the main layer, where most people sleep. Don't do it if it's this hot. You already said I have to. It's too late. You activated it. And I said no, and then you said please. So, well, I get to suffer now. Down here is the main storage levels. Also, it's been above 30 degrees Celsius consistently for the past month. So, yes, it's hot. Then down here is the Coffins Layer, where all the statues live, as well as all the dead people go. Down here is the maze layer that I made when I was bored. As well as a forgotten beast that's stuck in there. That is set up to make webs for us, but I just kind of don't. This is the power layer where all the water drains out from the surface. This is going to be an obsidian printer one of these years. And then down here is bars, and then ore and more bars, and then our lava forge, the reservoir for the lava forge, and then cavern layer 1, and then cavern layer 2. It's almost as harsh as sorry. As a Canadian, I know all about this. Which then goes all the way down to here. And then this is our base reservoir that we pump out of. When things get this big, they don't take forever. They take forever because I don't have very many dwarves in the fort. It's fine. They cover distance pretty quickly. I would actually say it takes them longer to get things done in my other fort. It's all about how big Or it's all about how many jobs you have and where the jobs are located. It's not about whether or not it takes forever for them to get things done. But yeah, I mean, this fort's been running for 2 years, real time, 220 something streams. So yeah, it's pretty big. Yeah, I had my hair up in a bun because of how hot it is here, cutest, but now it's knotted and down and unpleasant. Look at this pain and suffering you put me through, you horrible, horrible creature. Isn't that like what premium's kind of gonna work like? Actually, I don't know how it's gonna work. I'm really curious to see how wall construction works in premium, but I'm sure we'll see on September 2nd. Horridly impatient? I'm a very patient gamer. You know, it's really funny to me because I've started seeing, like, not many of these, but I've seen a couple. I've seen comments and threads on the subreddit, which get deleted pretty quickly. I don't delete comments, but the threads on the subreddit do. And then the occasional thread on the Steam forums, which also gets locked pretty quickly, of people saying, "Oh, this game's taking too long to come out. I'm going to take it off my wish list now because it's taking too long," right? This was announced 3 years ago. And they didn't start working on it for 8 months after until 8 months after the announcement, at which point we got an update for the game itself, right? With a pretty sizable amount of content. Adding guilds and a bunch of other things that I really couldn't imagine playing Dwarf Fortress without now. So for me, the time, and then since then they patched a small balancing update. So there's been 2 updates to Vanilla Classic in the time since they announced the premium version. So for people who play the game, it's been updated twice. And it's only been 3 years. It took Bannerlord 9 from announcement to release in early access, and it's not technically done yet because it's in early access, right? And everybody's just like, I'm gonna remove this from my wish list because it's taking too long. And then, like, Kid Fox will tweet something about Dwarf Fortress, and then someone will respond with, "Why are you tweeting about a game that's never coming out?" It's like, number one, it's out. And you could go play it right now. Number one. Number two, it's only been 3 years. By, like, game standards, that's nothing. That is nothing. Like, when was Metroid Prime 4 announced? Yeah, so Metroid Prime 4 was announced at E3 in 2017. It's been 5 years? They also restarted the entire project at some point. Like, that'll come out eventually. It's Karen with a keyboard. Karen with a keyboard. Karen with a keyboard should be like a solo power pop performing group. That's just like a lady named Karen with a literal keyboard. Makes clicky clacky sounds. Also, the opening night live is happening in 8 minutes. I'll have the stream up in the background and I'll comment if it cool pops up. I don't really expect much, though. I will say that. But yeah, I will say that I'm very much a patient gamer when it comes to a lot of things. I had this conversation on my podcast with FG the other day about whether or not Farthest Frontier, that recent released little town builder game, is a fair price. And she was arguing that she thinks it's too expensive by about $5 or €5. The game's $30. I think it's a completely fair price. Her argument was, oh, there are some people who can't afford to, you know, buy games right at release. And like, all right, well, if they can't afford to buy games at release, they shouldn't be buying games at release. They can wait for a sale like everybody else. That game will be on sale, and it'll be a fair sale when it's on sale. It's like you make more money overall charging more for a game and then discounting it later than you would making a game cheaper at launch and getting more sales at launch. So if you don't need all of the sales at launch, you're better off because you'll have a longer tail on your sales if you charge more for it initially and then lower the price. Did your mom go to prison? So, Aqua's mom is in prison, and thus can't take care of baby. How old is Aqua? Is Aqua getting close to being able to walk? Is 1 year old born on the 7th of Obsidian in 415? What month is it? Obsidian is next month. Baby's walking around thirsty. I don't want baby to die of thirst. Okay, they just brought it water. We're good. Never mind. We're good. I'm just sitting here going like, is baby gonna make it? Also, I love the fact that bringing baby water is literally just somebody walks up and dumps bucket of water on baby. Okay, baby watered. We're good. I feel kind of bad about that. Imagine just getting thrown into prison, or your mom getting thrown into prison and dad's just like, I'm drinking in the tavern. Just standard Dwarf Fortress shit. That dwarf's not happy. You are, though. It's just an accurate representation of real life. Mom's in prison and dad's just hanging out at the bar, and baby's crawling around outside, occasionally getting buckets of water dumped on it so it doesn't die. What a way to live. It's the usual Dwarf Fortress. Yep. That I can agree with. Can I just say, this is the worst purple color I've ever seen in my life, and it hurts my eyes. Dear Gamescom, fix your purple. It hoits. Like, it really, really hoits. Players, why are my dwarves so stressed? Also, players, I'm going to smash my queen with a heavy object and then leave this dead cat in the middle of the tavern. I mean, my dwarves aren't super stressed. My dwarves are generally pretty good, and this is 2 versions of the game old, back when stress was way harder to handle. Like in this era of the game, if I make these dwarves clean up 1 raid worth of bodies, we're gonna start spiraling. Versus like Plank of Nations, which is the current version of the game, where I can just make them clean up 500 corpses and another like cause good fortune in taverns. I have a question for Anna. If you had a pet cat that you really loved and it died and you left it in your kitchen and it started to smell, would that make you happy or sad? Please answer that question honestly. The stress system was really rough, so you were put off for a while before getting back into it. It's kind of funny, actually, because, like, I was talking to Reddit mod Clino a little while ago about this, basically saying that, you know, about a year and a half ago, there was a lot of people making Dwarf Fortress content that don't make Dwarf Fortress content of any kind anymore. And you heard the question, answer the question. Would that stress you out? Yes or no? That's the question, is would it stress you out? having a dead cat in your tavern or in your kitchen or whatever? Would that stress you out? That is the question. The thought of it is stressful there. Okay. Well, so because Ferrana said I thought that having dead cats in taverns brought good luck or something. So I'm just like trying to confirm. Okay, so let me say this. If it stresses you out in real life, the dwarves won't like it. Dead cat, dead monkey, dead human, dead whatever, anything. Dead something. If there's a dead thing in the tavern, dwarves don't like it. Doesn't matter what it is. Yes, even skulls of your enemies on a spike. Just kind of in general. Yeah, they're a lot like people, except just like people, they want to see the world burn in many ways. God, I keep glancing at that Gamescom stream, but the purple is awful. Yeah, I mean, a coffin with a corpse in it's totally fine. Coffin with a corpse in it is where you're supposed to put a corpse. Also, I think I'm going to drop my sub goal down to something a little bit more achievable. Let's do... Let's just do 300. As a German, you would like to apologize for your collective ineptitude at visual design. Yeah, but this is Jeff Keighley's thing, or Jeff Knightley's thing, or however. I think it's Keighley is how you say his name. This is Jeff Keighley's thing, not Gamescom directly. And so you'd think that this awful VHS filtered, ow, thing would not, ow. That's all I have to say is ow. I mean, like, there's one thought that I have every time I see that, and it's ow. I mean, it's on the Gamescom channel, but... So, I mean, maybe Gamescom has a say in what that looks like, but God, I hope not. Jesus. Most of my family is German, so I mean, I live in Canada, and my family immigrated to Canada shortly after World War II, but my mom's side of the family is mostly German. German with a bit of Hungarian in there. Dad's side of the family is mostly Irish and Dutch, so that's my fruit salad, if you will. Various parts of Europe. All right, the awful purple is gone, and Jeff's out on screen. So hopefully something cool happens. Because that's, Gamescom, opening night live. All that jazz. But I don't think we're going to get a Dwarfy-related thing, so doesn't matter too much. Although if there is Dwarfy-related things, I need to pull it over here and start recording. So, But they can like totems made out of humanoid titans and cleaned skulls. Yeah, I mean, but that's very different, right? Like, I don't mind looking at a cleaned human skull, and I've seen human skulls, like real life human skulls. Those are kind of cool looking, But there's a very big difference between like a molding corpse hung upside down on the outside of a wall to instill fear in the local populace, and a cleaned skull on a stick. But Forgotten Beasts can increase their skills via training. So there's a lot of things on the wiki that you can do, right? Like you can, like it's I mean that's not too far off of like saying I'm going to take a bunch of zombies, put them on a platform, and then tell my army to shoot wooden bolts at them to train what's the word? To train archery skills, right? A while ago in the game, and by a while ago, I mean a while ago, there was a period of time where, oh shit, they got Leslie Benzies on screen talking about his MMO thing. Old Rockstar person. Anyway, the easy way to put it is it used to take a lot longer to train skills in Dwarf Fortress. This is why people had things like danger rooms. This is why you'd get things like, was it armor stands you wanted? What's the thing that the king wanted? 3 crutches and 1 pick. This was how you ended up with things like danger rooms, and how you ended up with a lot of like alternative methods to speed up training because it would take so long. But now it doesn't matter because you can train a dwarf so quickly by simply training them for the military. So theoretically, you could have a bunch of dwarves training at a weapon rack, and then have a Forgotten Beast behind a thing shooting shit at them to scar them and lower their raise their stress immunities, and also train extra dodging. But largely at this point, all that would do is like increase the risks of your dwarves randomly dying, because they get so like, assuming like you don't have like dwarves that are super susceptible to stress in your military, they get hardened so quickly now by just seeing a half dozen dead bodies after a fight that it doesn't matter. Like, you do not need to do any of that stuff. Can you do it? Yeah, sure. Is there any logical reason behind it, or reason where you should do something like that to train your dwarves quicker? Absolutely not. You hope that this Hogwarts game crashes and explodes? I just don't care. That's my whole take on the Hogwarts game. Is I feel bad for anybody working on it. I feel bad for that studio that's working on it, because it's not their fault, and I don't care about the game itself. I just don't care. my general everywhere.game, fucking weird. My general consensus when it comes to things I don't like is just ignore it, because it's better for my mental health generally. You have 2 beasts fighting in your basement, and they can only attack each other via spitting, so you're afraid that they are improving their dodging and becoming more legendary? No, they aren't. Oh, is that what you were asking? If they can improve their skills over time? No, that's absolutely not true. And even if it does, it's not going to matter. Because they're already very highly skilled. They're not like, Carp from back in the day where, like, they develop strength skill. I'm at the end of the day, it's a large crowd of people are going to buy it. The game will do just fine. The large mainstream audience that grew up with it and don't pay attention to any of the drama surrounding it will buy it. And that's about it. I think what they really should do, I mean, if I was in charge of the PR for that company, I would say all pre-orders a large percentage is going to go to Trevor Project or something. That's what I would do if I was working the PR for that game, because that's the only way they can save it is just by donating a shit ton of money to some charity in accordance to just make J.K. Rowling's cut look minuscule by comparison. But she doesn't have any say over it. Warner Brothers owns the rights. They do what the fuck they want. This is Warner Brothers that has the say. You think she has a say over what like gets done in that video game? Because she doesn't. J.K. Rowling's contracts for those games or for games and stuff like that and other media produced with her works is literally just she sits there and gets paid for the rights. There's an open world Harry Potter game coming out spring next year. With the video game stuff, she gets paid. That's her say, is she gets paid. Yeah, I mean, it's probably Funcom's thing. Funcom owns the exclusive rights to everything Dune. It's either that or Homeworld, but looks pretty Doom. Yeah, it's Doom. That is Dune. Looks cool. I don't know. It's just a cutscene. I have a hard time getting excited for things related to Dune because Funcom owns the exclusive rights to make everything related to Dune. Did I say Doom? I'm sorry. My apologies. They sound almost identical. Also, my mayor wants an electric bed, which I'm just kind of ignoring him for. I mean, the thing that you need to remember, right? Funcom has the exclusive rights to make Dune games, right? They publish, or they have the exclusive rights to make and publish Dune games. Dune Spice Wars was published by Funcom and Shiro Games, right? Funcom, not you, Funcom. Okay, fine. What was it? Actually, Secret Worlds Legends would do. Secret Worlds Legends, there we go. Funcom. They made Conan Unconquered, Conan Chop Chop, whatever, apparently people liked Moons of Madness, whatever that was, Mutant Year Zero, Conan Dick Swinging Game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a lot of faith in the Conan Unchained people to make a good Dune game, but we'll see. You know, honestly, put Doom Guy in Dune, and I'd be in. He would completely obliterate all of House Harkonnen, just overnight. Why is everybody from House Harkonnen dead? A Doom Guy showed up. Doom Guy versus Sandworm. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know. I really, really, really like Dune, but I'm very much in the camp of I don't think Dune is adaptable. Outside of maybe like a visual novel style, super linear story game. And even that, I feel like that would be unlikely that it would be any good. It would be a pretty good boss fight. Somebody make that like itch demo. Oh, it's the Callisto Protocol stuff? I might stream Callisto Protocol. Just because I really like Dead Space, and that's just Dead Space. There's a Dune board game, which is good, apparently. Yeah, but board games are different. You can have an anything board game that's good. The thing about board games is like the theme of the board game doesn't necessarily matter so much. With video games, the theme of the video game matters. With a board game, as long as the mechanics are sound, it really doesn't matter what the theme is. I mean, my favorite board game of all time is Wingspan. That is a game about bird watching. And I don't like bird watching. But the theme doesn't matter because it's actually a super interesting automation factory game. Time to go ripping and tearing again. Oh, baby, here I go ripping and tearing again. Damn right. Burbs, totally. Dune movie was so good. Hard disagree, but agree to disagree. Also, it wasn't a Dune movie. Dune Part 1 of 3 was a good Part 1, but it wasn't a movie. It was a Part 1. I should have made it a TV series. Should have made it a TV series. What rabbit hole are you in, Frogfire? That was baby Aqua Funk doing. 7th of Obsidian. What month are we in? 26th of Opal. Obsidian is the last month of the year. My issue with the Dune movie, I've seen it, by the way. My issue with the recent Dune movie is it was not advertised, marketed, promoted, or communicated anywhere in any of the marketing material that it was a Part 1. I didn't know it was a Part 1 until it had been out for 48 hours. Oh, Hogwarts Legacy? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Hogwarts Legacy was originally, like, leaked from some mall kiosk in, like, 2018 or something, where they're just like, hey, we want you to try a game and, like, give us your thoughts on it. And people sign an NDA and then go into a little booth and played the game, and it was definitely a Harry Potter game. Yeah, I'm going to absolutely... I really hope that my computer can run the Callisto Protocol, actually, because I really want to play that game. That is 1000% my shit. Apparently they're turning a series of books you liked into a TV show. Wool? I've never heard of that. Apparently I've got some counts of vandalism that didn't get spent. Oh, because it literally just happened. Literally went and punched the captain of the guard. That seems like an unwise thing to do. Because your media bubble had tons of people talking about the movie ahead of time, and the fact that it was just a Part 1 was something that you knew going in. But if you didn't know that was seeing it, you would have been pissed. I don't know if the marketing was any different in Germany or something, but, like, over here, like, I read the Wikipedia synopsis of that movie and figured out that it was a Part 1 reading the Wikipedia synopsis of that movie. Because I was like, because I've read the books, right? So I was like, I wonder how much they cover, because it's like, man, doing a one movie of Dune, that's ambitious. And I was expecting it to be much more interesting, and then once it came out, it was like, recent edit, Part 1 of 3. I was like, wait, what the fuck? So no, that was not something that I knew going in, and I still am pissed. Like, it's... The only way to do it is to do it the way they did Lord of the Rings, where you film all 3 of them at once and then release them like 6 months apart or a year apart. When you release a thing and then it's like, all right, 4 years later, Part 2 is going to come out. No, I'm out. Fuck off. Don't do that shit. Like, it's not working for Avatar. It's not going to work for Dune. And the problem with that is, like, actors age, people change, people die. No. No. Good win, Animal. Damn, dude. Got it right in at the last minute. No one's gonna make a trilogy like Lord of the Rings ever again. Oh, I know they won't. But what if part 2 comes out and it fucking flops? Nobody, like, the thing is, like, I'm sour on all this because I'm a huge fan of Blade Runner. Fucking love Blade Runner. Blade Runner is one of my favorite films of all time. I've seen way too many different versions of it, and I love picking that movie apart. Similar feelings about the sequel, right? That movie got done fucking dirty. Nobody gives a shit about Blade Runner. And Dune is a very similar vibe. I could absolutely see a world where Dune comes out, the first one, and does fine. And then a sequel comes out and flops horribly and the third one gets canceled. I could see that. And that's kind of what I'm expecting to happen because I'm a very nihilistic person like that. And I just expect the worst. And as much as I would love to see a fantastic, like, on-film portrayal of Dune, yeah, that first one did well and people liked it. But will they remember it in 8 years when part 3 comes out? How do I feel about Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones? I enjoyed I never read the books. I enjoyed the TV series until season 4, and then it got too far up its own ass, and I stopped watching. I think it was season. It was like halfway through season 5 was about as far as I made it. The fuck is this? Hellraiser skeletons. But yeah, I'm not a big fiction reader. I don't recall ever hearing that line, so. I don't know. I never found... Because it was silly cheap, yeah. Yeah, it's a noise generator. It's a noise generator called Now Loading. I can link it if you want. I have a few of the bits turned off. Not bad, yeah. We were warned to never watch season 8. I've been told that. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about, like, I like short things when it comes to fantasy. Like, I fell off of that Witcher show pretty fucking fast, too. Like, I do like high fantasy, and low fantasy. But I feel like TV isn't the medium that I generally enjoy it. I literally can't watch it on stream. I'm very, 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 very cautious about content ID stuff, so. If I don't have explicit permission to stream something, I'm not going to stream it, so. But I believe you. Crutches 1, picks 3. You won't watch stuff anymore. You won't watch stuff anymore that I don't care if the characters live or die. I mean, I like a similar example for me is I stopped watching The Walking Dead around the time that show became too stressful to watch. Like, it ceased being entertaining because it was just stressful to watch it. It's like, well, I know someone's gonna die, and it's gonna be a big deal, and these characters that I enjoy are all going through various things. You want interesting thinking. We're gonna make you into a scholar for a bit, Stone. Let's see how you like it. I watch true crime. I kind of hate kids shows because I feel like they always talk down to a degree, and the ones that don't, I generally just dislike. Like the last cartoon, it's not a cartoon that well, the last kids show, I guess, that I watched that I unironically enjoyed was the original Avatar: The Last Airbender. And that was almost 10 years ago that I finished watching that. And I haven't enjoyed a cartoon since. I didn't even like the sequel to Avatar. I fucking hated that show. It's very, very, very rare that I will enjoy cartoons. Very rare. You don't need another dystopia. The world's tough enough. Yeah, I mean, kind of to a degree. Yeah, kind of. I can see where you're coming from with that. The world's tough enough. Yeah, I tried watching a lot of that stuff. Silken Sword, it just doesn't. Nope, not for me. Korra was fucking awful and has this weirdly overly attached fandom that I don't understand. And that's honestly a large portion of the reason why I don't enjoy a lot of cartoons anymore, is because the second that I realize that, oh, these are shows for kids and the majority of the audience isn't kids, I generally don't want to be around those people. That's what I've learned, is I like being around adults. And a lot of the people that I run into and encounter who watch a lot of cartoons are not acting like adults. I'm totally down to like sit down and watch some 16 or some Total Drama Island because I watched the shit out of that stuff when I was little. Same with like some early SpongeBob and like some old Simpsons stuff and like stuff that I watched when I was little. That I get because that's nostalgic for me. Like same reason I go back and watch Star Trek all the goddamn time is because I enjoy the nostalgia. But new stuff doesn't do anything for me. Like it doesn't do anything for me at all. I think this dwarf might be kind of done. Once a dwarf starts feeling loathing for any reason and it starts repeating, they're just kind of fucked. Not sure what we can do with that dwarf. It's a tie for me between DS9 and Next Gen, but it depends on the episode. Like, there's individual episodes in Next Gen that I think are some of the best pieces of television ever written. But I think DS9 as a whole is a better show. Carrick is your beloved weird guy. There's lots of beloved weird characters in Star Trek. That's what makes them so endearing. Surprise! More Borderlands. Woo. Yeah, I don't know. I got strong opinions on the kind of media that I enjoy. But it's not me trying to take away enjoyment from other people. Something that happens pretty quickly when I start saying things like, "Oh, I don't like cartoons," or "I don't like insert thing here." There's always going to be somebody in the YouTube comments that's just like acts offended about it. It's like, I'm not attacking the thing you like. I just don't like the thing that you like. You need to have a bigger personality than just the thing that you like. And I've encountered way too many people in my life that their entire personality is just the thing that they like. And that's a really sad way to live. It's like the people who try and pin me as a gamer. It's like, sure, I like games, but largely it's my job. And yes, I would play games if it wasn't my job. But putting my entire personality on as somebody who plays games is a little weird. And that's not something I will ever fully understand. And it's a kind of, I think, a sad reality of the outside of the internet. You struggle to imagine basing yourself around one thing? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, people hear that I'm a metalhead, and then they send me the most generic, like, easy to get into basic metal, and I'm just like, sure, but like, have you heard of Hashtaroid? And it's like, absolutely Scar Symmetry's fine once in a while, but I'm not going to listen to that style of music all day, every day. Powerwolf is funny the first time you hear them, and like, Resurrection by Erection is a banger, but like, I barely ever listen to Powerwolf. Did you say export of gloves is prohibited? Really? Oh, that's going to be a pain. Okay. How many times do you mention Snake? As in, like, the character Snake? Solid Snake? Liquid Snake? Or do you mean Snake as in, like, the game Snake? Oh, the game Snake. There's a variant of Snake for this thing. It's literally Snake, but you have a jump button. Which is kind of awesome. Because nostalgia? Blind Guardian's fine. They're fine. I get a little perturbed by people that insist that I should love them because my name on the internet is Blind and I'm legally blind. They're like, oh, you must be a big fan of Blind Guardian. It's like, well, no, not really. I mean, like, they're fine. I've seen them. They're fine. Like, they put on a good show. They're fast. They write bangers. But it's like, I'm not a particularly big fan of Dragon Force, but I've seen Dragon Force 3 times. They put on fun shows. Would I consider myself a huge fan of Dragon Force? No, but every time they play that Celine Dion cover, I sing along. Because they cover Celine Dion for reasons. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap is now a child and can now play. Is no longer... Imagine, like, spending your first year as a child while your mom's in prison. That's so sad. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, they'd probably get booed by the crowd if they did Nuclear Sneeze. Is goated a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Because to me, goated just reminds me of certain videos on the internet of glass shattering in man's anus. So I never know if that's a positive or a negative thing. When people refer to something as being the goat, it's like, to me, that just means glass up butt. I mean, people who like me accidentally insult me all the time. It's just part of being on the internet. You know, like when like the other day, somebody who watches my videos, and sorry, I'm not calling you out, man, posted a meme on my Discord, which was, you know, the classic generic image of doctor sitting in front of generic white dude, and doctor says in captions, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're blind," and then the next square, the person says, "I see," and then the doctor says, "No." And it's like, that's not funny in the slightest. But, like, people post that because they think that I would find that funny. So, like, people accidentally insult me all the time, let alone, like, that. Well, I mean, like, I was falling into, the Fountains of Wayne rabbit hole over this weekend, right? The people who wrote Stacy's Mom. And, like, that's a band that never got... They never got close to that level of success with their early shit, and then they write a song as a joke, and it's, like, the biggest hit ever, and then they basically stopped writing music after that because they had no fun doing it and knew that nobody would listen to it unless they wrote joke songs. So it's like they were kind of cursed by Stacy's mom. But she still got it going on. And she's all I want, even though I waited so long. Because Stacy, can't you see that you're not the girl for me? I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom. What year is it? It is 417, early spring. Fortress is 412 years old. Huzzah! Moving on. Which means I can flip a lever. Maybe they shouldn't have written a banger as a joke. Well, I mean, they were like kind of a relatively serious shoegaze band in their early years. Like, I kind of get it. Hello, Infinity. How are you? How's your day been? Well, I mean, another band that's suffered from like the same thing as the Scorpions, you know? Everybody knows Rockin' Like a Hurricane. Nobody knows anything else they did it since. And like they continued to write music for a very long time. Here I am, rocking like a hurricane. You know, if maybe if they were from Florida, they would have had more success because it would just be about their backyard. Literally just off that one song. I think that there's an argument to be made for Rammstein, but although I think that the thing with the Scorpions is nobody knows that they're German. Like, I've told people that they're German before, and like the response I get is, what? As tired how am I? I'm all right. Slow start to the stream today, but chilling. They don't? No. Well, the reason is like people don't. Okay, so America is very America-centric, and they assume that anything that's English is American in a lot of cases. And I've definitely like asked people, it's like, where do you think the Scorpions are from? They always assume they're American. Today on random band trivia with Blind. Yeah. I mean, I've had people assume that Rush was American before, and that concerns me. Rush is many things, but they are fucking Canadian. You sons of bitches. Yeah, which is why people assume that I'm American all the time. I mean, like, you know, we just recruited a new guy into my stream team, Bloody Drongo, and he's from Australia, right? He thought I was American until recording of the first podcast episode that he was on, where he's just like, oh, I thought that you were American. I'm like, nope, I'm Canadian. Unfortunately. Everybody assumes I'm American. Ginger with Pisces, you think, and Dream Theater have one of those as well? Pull you under? Oh, what, like one-hit wonders? I don't know if I'd quite call Pisces a one-hit wonder, though. Like, yeah, it's definitely their most successful song, but it's not going to overshadow the rest of their work. Because they're such a niche band, the audience that wants that band isn't going to boo if they don't play Pisces, right? It's kind of a different kind of audience. Like, we're not talking like a difference between like a hard rock audience and then a pop music. Like if Ginger wrote like a song that blew up and was really popular and was played on the radio, like, okay, if Ginger wrote Square Hammer, and it was on the radio, and then all of their other stuff was super heavy, that would be like a one-hit wonder situation. I don't know. I've seen Ginger twice rather, and the audience didn't demand Pisces either time. They played it the first time and they didn't play it the second time, but it makes sense because they weren't on tour for that album anymore. Also, oh. Have you never listened to any of their lyrics or read any of their lyrics, Tapioke? Rammstein's excessively political. Speaking of political. Best band shirt. Goes to June. Just read the lyrics to Deutschland, and you'll pick up pretty quickly on Rammstein's politics. Their politics are also, we put massive cocks on stage, and you know what? I can get behind that. Man, you know that your fortress is old when you've got beds being thrown out. That's crazy. You know, it's just like, you know, System of a Down put out 2 songs as a charity incentive in 2020. I own both of those songs on a 45-inch record, which I'm or a 7.5-inch 45 RPM record, and I'm very, very happy to own that. There was a article that was posted on a music critics website complaining that since when are System of a Down so political? And I was sitting there going, did you not listen to the lyrics of Bring Your Own Fucking Bombs? That's not what BYOB stands for, kids. BYOB is literally Bring Your Own Bombs. That's also Hello Koopa Player. You know, I was very much a Koopa Troopa duo in Double Dash. Big fan. Always run the Koopas. They're lighter. They get better corners. Spin around. Can spin circles around any Bowser driver in anywhere. But you're Elf Lord in my Discord? I think I recognize that name. But hello. See here, we don't cut up elves. Elves are welcome here. I like elves. Elves are kind of great. Nothing against elves. Sure. Discord is like a place where I don't generally remember names because people change their names all the time. So Discord's much harder for me to keep track of than Twitch. But I'm sure that we did. Cleaning out all of these. Well, they don't need to realize the nuances of metal. Although I'm curious to know what they're going to do in the premium version. Because I have a theory, and I've talked about this a couple of times on stream. Last time I spoke with Zach and Tarn stated that magical metals are going to make more of an appearance in premium and classic after the next update. All right? He stated that. Another thing that they've stated is that elves are going to be more of a threat. My theory is that they're going to use godly metals. They're going to use magical metals. So you're going to have a bunch of elves show up wielding flaming steel and screaming steel swords. Nuances of metal. It does sound like a dwarven traveling performance troupe. If you had a fort get eaten by elves for making bedrooms, you were doing a lot more than just bedrooms. This is one of those, like, discussions of, like, you have no idea how to play Dwarf Fortress. They only get mad at you if you chop down more than 120 trees per year. So if on average each tree drops 4 to 5 logs, and you have 200 dwarves, and every dwarf needs a bedroom, which isn't true because half of them will be married. Aquafunkalistic booty whap withdraws from society. It is factually incorrect that you could piss off the elves by just making bedrooms. Like, it's literally impossible to piss off the elves by just making bedrooms. I mean, if you clear-cut every single tree on the map twice and then try and sell them wood, yeah, you'll piss off the elves. It's extremely easy to avoid that. Like, I'm in this fort. This fort is early spring in the year 417, yeah? We started in the year 5. I'm not at war with elves yet. Also, hey, Elfsalot, how you doing? Yeah, I'm looking forward to possible Elvenite. Like, imagine just being able to melt down godly metals. Can't wait. That would actually be a logical reason to go to war with the elves intentionally. I mean, it depends. I mean, I've had that happen as well. Koopa player. I mean, if there's a war going on already, that makes sense. But it's very easy to just avoid war with the elves if your faction's not already at war. You want to know how to, okay, so if you're settling your fortress, Silken Sword, in a area that is kind of covered with trees, so if you settle somewhere that has any kind of undergrowth, hit D, then hit P, so you get gather plants, and then do this. The current fort that I have, Threat Dweller, didn't have farming for the first 5 years of its existence because all I did was this twice a year. You don't need to worry about seed management. You can literally just harvest whatever's on the surface. Yeah, also that. You can put down a gather zone like this, gather and pick fruit. So you could do a zone like, let's say like that, and then set it to gather and pick fruit, set gather information with capital G, pick fruit from trees, pick berries and pull tubers, and gather fallen fruit. So shut off from trees if you don't want to build step ladders, and they will literally just run out there whenever stuff is ready to be harvested and harvest it. Like, you do not need to worry about seed management. Dwarf Fortress is easy if you just simply have the knowledge to know what to do. Chopped all the trees? Okay, but you don't chop stuff that's growing in the ground. Also, don't chop all the trees. There's never a reason to chop all of the trees. Or build stairs, yeah. You could also build individual stairs up into trees. I've seen them go to war with each other, yeah. Goblin civs go to war with each other all the time. They also accidentally invade each other, which is kind of funny. The difficulty of Dwarf Fortress is a player-created myth, because talking about how hard games are is some sort of flex. Dwarf Fortress just happens to be particularly obtuse, so other people pick it up and run with it faster than your average game. It's like Escape from Tarkov is a far harder game than Dwarf Fortress. Like, if you want to talk about hard games that are popular, Escape from Tarkov is a significantly harder game to get good at. Yet there are hundreds of thousands of people watching it every day. And the reason for that is people are willing to put in the time and effort to learn it. But with Dwarf Fortress, people aren't, so they just say, that's hard, and then move on. It's like a defense mechanism to just not play a thing. But that's fine. If you're not interested in playing it, don't play it. And find the game very rewarding through roleplay aspects you make it. And no, totally. I mean, another good example of this actually is like DayZ, right? As a survival game, it's not great, but a lot of people get a lot of reward out of playing it as more of a roleplay game. And there's a lot of very successful roleplay servers for that game. Kind of a similar thing. But yeah, I think a lot of people found the game through Krugs. And Krugs does a good job explaining that the game isn't anywhere near as daunting as people think it is. Also, literally nothing interesting on opening night live. Sigh. Well, you have a lot of experience with Dwarf Fortress as a game. Dwarf Fortress mode itself is something you're very much a novice at still. There's a lot of player habits that are communicated through video tutorials and have stuck around for ages. Things like chop down all of the trees on the map. The reason that player habit exists is because there was a time when every tree would generate 1 log, right? And that was how the elves were balanced. The elves were balanced around the era of Dwarf Fortress where you chop down tree, you get log. You make log into bed, or you make log into a ring, or you make log into blocks and then craft them into other thing. That era of Dwarf Fortress is what elves are balanced around. But since then, that has changed significantly to the point where you do not need to, you know, chop down all of the trees on the map to make enough beds for people. But you'll watch or read a lot of tutorials and they'll say chop down all the trees so that you have supplies. It's like, well, if I need to remake every single bed in this entire fortress, I could do it by chopping down a third of this, which are mushrooms, giant mushrooms growing up here. So it's like these are tower caps, fungi wood, black caps, goblin caps, spore trees, all that stuff. I could just hack down half of those. Granted, this fortress is low population. I mean, I only have 52 dwarves in this fortress. Also, the elves are here to trade. We gotta go trade with them. No, it's not. So here's the thing with Tarkov, right? And here's the thing with Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is like learning Civilization or a complicated board game. You have to learn what all the tiles mean. That is a matter of sitting down and reading. Dwarf Fortress requires a couple hours of patience and then a couple hours of fiddling. And by that point, you'll have enough knowledge that you'll be able to play the game. And you'll be able to play it competently enough to make it through a year or two and have some fun with Dwarf Fortress. Tarkov requires sheer repetition, massive amounts of outside knowledge, as well as guides and time. The amount of time that you need to be competent at Dwarf Fortress is significantly lower than it would be for something like Tarkov. People assume Dwarf Fortress is really difficult and scary because they see fully built forts and they go, ah! They see Lazy Noob Pack and a bunch of recommended side installers and other software that you really don't need, telling you that you need this. 50 guides with all of these different examples of texture packs, where in reality, all you actually need to do is just sit down and play the video game. And there are extremely good written guides that are literally step-by-step instructions on how to play the game, to the point where the difficulty curve of Dwarf Fortress is, are you willing to sit down and read the manual? Turns out, large portion of the world isn't. I mean, I hate the guy. Koopa player. So, have I seen his video? Yes. Do I care and wonder why people continue? Do I care about it? No. And do I wonder why people keep talking about it? Yes, because all it does is promote the dude. I mean, he never does credit things, and he does shitty shit all the time, and he weaponizes his audience against people. I don't like the guy. And in fact, I would say I hate the guy. I have zero respect for people who openly tell their audience, attack this person. And he does as much. It's a really good way to grow your own notoriety and make yourself notorious and famous in certain circles. You know, I don't like shitlords, and famous, wealthy, intelligent shitlords are the worst of them. Example A, Elon Musk. Just, you know, just go look at the thumbnail for his Factorio video. Or the fact that he made the Caves of Cud Discord unusable for like a month. Or when he, you know, made that Dwarf Fortress video, which breaks almost every single rule of the Dwarf Fortress Discord, and made streaming Dwarf Fortress an absolute nightmare for a couple of months. Yeah, no, I've, like, no respect for the guy. He makes lots of money and he promotes games that deserve the promotion, but to quote Unnormal of Caves of Cud, if the promotion of the game also includes an open invitation to attack its community, yeah, fuck off. Absolutely one of the images ever? No, I haven't, but I believe it. It's almost impossible to build and maintain friendships once you've acquired the level of fame that Bezos has. And as somebody who has a really hard time building and maintaining friendships with a very small amount of fame, I wouldn't be shocked if it was not impossible for someone that famous. I was this close to playing Cud today, but I decided to play this instead. He was the source of the Cud drama, yeah. In his Caves of Cud video, he complains that you can't play as the intergalactic Nazis, and literally just encourages his community to attack the disc because he was using Smurf accounts to communicate on the Caves of Cud Discord while he was making the video, and got banned from the Caves of Cud Discord for racist memes. And then was like, by the way, I got banned while I made this video. I was like, no shit. Let's just go post anti-Semitic bullshit in somebody else's Discord. Yeah, no fucking shit, you're gonna get banned. But the shitty part about Seth is me complaining about him like this does actually lose me following. Every single time I complain about him, I lose a couple followers. Part of his audience types, he draws on a lot of people that are frequent Shan website. Oh, no, totally. I mean, he's a shit poster. No, I'm well aware of where he gets his audience and where his audience came from. I used to mod B. That's a secret, like, historical era of me, is I used to mod B. I modded B for about 8 months until they realized I wasn't 19, and then I stopped modding B. I have words about that kind of person. Actually, it's not that secret. I mention it pretty frequently, but like, you want to know what's hilarious about that video to me, Koopa? Is he critiques portions of the game that have been fixed because he was playing an old version. So, you know. Okay, do what you want. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you know, like, and this is why I don't completely write him off, is because he does promote games that deserve it, you know? After the Caves of Cud video that he put out, Freehold Games was able to hire their artist on full-time and hire on their contract writer on full-time. And their artist now gets to stream... Or no, sorry, their contract writer now gets to paid to stream Caves of Cud a couple times a week. And it's like, there's a lot of things that they're able to do now because of that video. So it's like, it's one of those things where I'm extremely torn because his videos do genuinely help developers. But I just, on a professional level, I have no fucking respect for the dude. What month is it? We're in early spring. We got a lot of time. We just traded with the... hold on a second. Our statue's getting knocked down? For fuck's sake. Oh, shit. They finally made that gold statue. Turns out, I have way less gold than I thought I did. How old is this fort? 412 years old. Older than God? God's old. The concept of a higher power is older than 412 years, so. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap has begun a mysterious construction, and it only took him like half a season. Cave Spider Silk Cloth, Emu Leather, Stray Emu Bones, Steel Bars, Unicorn Leather, Table Cut Blue Jades, Llama Wool Cloth, Granite, and Hornblende. Best of luck, Dwarf. Am I raising cave dragons? I've never actually seen a cave dragon in Dwarf Fortress, so no. No, we're just trying to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years and maybe defeat hell at some point or something. I do have a couple Ettins, though. We got 1, 2 Ettins. We have 3 Ettins. Minotaur, Giantess, multiple Forgotten Beasts, a Vampire, a couple Giants. You know, friends. When they attack you, yeah, after I'm dying. Once I'm like getting gutted. You notice, because I have to pull a bunch of levers. But the dwarves don't really notice. How many Forgotten Beasts are killed in this fortress history? I have absolutely no idea. Download the save file and go count. You can download the year 400 save file down there, and we haven't killed any since. No idea. Keep on seeing games at Gamescom. It's like, ah, yeah, this looks cool for a, you know, CG trailer. You're gonna be disappointed. No, humans are not extinct. I'm not actively invading anybody. We're currently being attacked by one of the human civs. But I'm not actively invading anybody, and I don't exterminate people, so no, nobody is extinct. I mean, it looks like a video game trailer, that's for sure. I mean, this looks like a video game trailer. I guess. I mean, it's a cool aesthetic, but... certainly looks like a video game. No, goblins can't give us problems because we have less than 60, well, less than 79 inhabitants. The goblins will only invade you if you have more than 80 inhabitants. We've never had that much. Atlas Fallen. Okay, sure, that sounds like a video game. Certainly sounds like a video game. Good morning, Taylor. Hello. How was my weekend? I walked up a valley, and then I walked up a long valley, which I posted a bunch of pictures on Twitter about. Here, I'll show you my weekend in a Twitter thread, because I haven't actually done that yet today. I walked up Norvan Falls. There's some more pictures on Discord. We saw a black bear sighting sign. We didn't see any bears. We heard them, though. That was the waterfalls that I walked up to. That was the only picture I was able to get that didn't have other people in it. We hiked all the way up to here and then spent the day in this little valley right next to this waterfall drinking beer. That's kind of the other direction from it. That's a little bridge that you can cross that leads to literally nowhere. There's more shots of the creek. There's shots of just kind of the valley. We don't walk up that or anything. Just forest. That's the beer that we drank, or one of the 2 beers that we drank, and that's a caterpillar. That was my weekend. I also bought a mug that's sus and harvested a fuckload of cabbage from my garden, so I made sauerkraut. That was my weekend. My weekend in a Twitter thread. And there's a few extra photos on Discord as well. Not all of the photos I took, but there's a few extras. Including one of me and Kevin. Me and Kevin. He's got his Metcon shirt on. Because we're nerds. But 15 kilometers round trip. Drank a lot of beer. Up there. And then he hurt his knee on the way back, so then we got high so that he could make it back. Because Canada, weed's legal. So always bring weed on a hike in case your friend hurts his knee, because sometimes you just need distractions to get home. And you need to not think about the fact that your knee wants to fall off. It was a good time. This is a very slow statue construction because the game is paused. Yeah, little caterpillar was the bug. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap has created Igathpafoot. That's a name. Igathpafoot. A hornblende bracelet, and claims it as an heirloom name of the family ancestor Lear Short Fortresses, who's their mom who's in prison. Huh. Igathpafoot. It's called Scraped Tusk, and it's worth 51,600 Zathal. This is a hornblende bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and single-cut blue jades. It is encircled with bands of llama wool and cave spider silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of emu bone and menaces with spikes of unicorn leather. On the item is an image of Coven Andirs, the diorite mini forge in Hornblende. On the item is an image of dwarves in steel. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time, of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of 3 oval cut gems in emu leather. If they could bother signing it into law already. Yeah, hasn't that been the case for like multiple years though, Silicon Sword? As I like to always say, I'll believe it when I see it. I always forget how long it takes to walk through this entire fortress's history and statues. So slow as hell? Silicon Sword? Do you think I would have an older fort? This fort's taken me literally 2 years to build. This is more of just a genuine question. Do you really think I would have an older one? Like I said, I'll believe it when it happens. But then again, I didn't believe it until it happened here. And even when they did sign legalization, it took like another 2 years for stuff to actually be accessible. But no, the whole point of this fortress is to prove to all of those kids out there that it is possible to keep a fortress alive basically indefinitely without dying to frame rate death. That is the whole purpose of this fortress, is to prove to people that yes, you can have a fort run for hundreds of years and no, you won't die of frame rate death. Will the frame rate get slow sometimes? Yes. Can you keep a fortress alive for that long without dying to frame rate death? Yes, because frame rate death is largely a player-created myth. Not entirely, but largely. As somebody who likes his high THC, don't let them. I've been attacked by many beasts. Sure. This is an exceptional gold statue. Like, you've literally asked me the exact same question. Like, Or somebody else asked me the exact same question like less than 10 minutes ago. Do goblins give you problems? No. Have humans gone extinct? No. Am I raising cave dragons? This is the other question that was like identical. I don't know. $2024? You're just a bit curious about the fort? No, it's fine. I mean, like, was there periods of forgotten beasts? Sure, but many? An average number of beasts. This is an exceptional gold statue of Zon Hammergate, which is our outpost liaison. We've been memorializing important historical figures that come into the fortress, and so the outpost liaisons all get statues in this fortress. The Dwarf and Dwarves in gold by Navy. Zon is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Zon Hammergate to the position of outpost liaison of the Ignited Creation in midsummer of 411. Really? Did we go that long without seeing? Huh. It's not law if it's not painstakingly over specific. Yeah, I mean, here, like, the gray market is as big as the, like, actual market for things. But, I mean, I can sit outside with my water pipe or bong or whatever you want to call it, like, on a, like, step on the side of the road right next to a cop, and they can't say anything to me as long as I'm in a smoking area. Although our no smoking signs are hilarious here now, because a no smoking sign doesn't just have like a cigarette in it. It has a cigarette, an e-cigarette that's a little bit longer that has a lightning bolt coming out of the end of it, and then a tiny little cannabis symbol. They have all three. Like, no smoking, no weed, no vapes. It's like, God damn it, you fuckers. It's the no fun sign. Only to count forgotten beasts. There you go. Some of them are still alive. I mean, there's 2 in the basement right now. I mean, we got Osman, which is a blob composed of flame that has an enormous shell and squirms of fidgets, and its shell is gone. I don't think it's moved in 200 years. And then we have... Where's the other one? This one. An enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. So then give them a year to sign it after they leave. 2025. But I don't know. To me, not having cannabis legal just feels third world to me at this point. Or like religious zealotry. And Narvicious, hello, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Well, I mean, the Netherlands have legal weed to a degree, so no? I mean, culturally it is, but if you can still, like, get a fine or prison sentence for having it on your person, that's pretty third world to me. You're lucky that you live within an hour of the Dutch border and public transport is fast and cheap. Well. Demand for drugs won't change if they make it legals? What? That's who said that the demand for them won't change. The demand exists because it's a legitimate demand. People would still want Tylenol for headaches if they made it illegal. Oh, I see. You're responding to what Tapioc said. Also, that's a really strange take. I mean, like, you're probably talking about the people that have small illegal grow operations and whatnot that are making a living, and sure, those people would be out of jobs, but as a whole, there's more jobs in the weed industry now than there was before weed was legal. Significantly more. My forests are very colorful. I go out of my way to make them colorful. What are the yellow tiles? They're either gold, electrum, or orthoclase, which is actually kind of one of the reasons I don't want to put this save file into premium, because premium has different color variants for every single different material. So there is that. Did I start this fort before the villains release? Yep. Well, did I? No, because guilds are in this one, so no. After villains, because villains was early 2020. But I started it before the balance fixing that happened in 2021. But I've had no issues with villains in this world. I'm so hyped for Villains Part 2. I'm more excited for Villains Part 2 than I am for Premium. Which just, I guess, proves that I've played this game too much, you know? Well, thank you. I've been seeking out more Dwarf Fortress content with the Steam release ramping up the excitement. There really isn't that many people making videos about Dwarf Fortress, is there? It's like me, Krug Smash, occasionally Das Tactic, sometimes Nucrium. That's kind of it. No, I mean, I'm gonna play Premium, but this particular save file is staying in this version of the game. friends DMing me about something important, so. You're into retro gaming, BBS fan. Okay. I know somebody who's getting paid to port his old games to a BBS currently. A bunch of classic roguelikes are getting BBS compatibility, which is a weird concept to me. Old school internet is BBS. Last Call BBS is a simulator of that made by Zachtronics. BBSs are coming back. There's no is the short answer to that. But just like there's kind of crazy people that are building their own servers and putting like Plex on them or MB or Jellyfin, just like there's people hosting all of their own data locally, there's also like and also like there's people getting into FPGA retro builds where you're running all of what is considered to be original hardware. Just like all of that stuff is happening now, there's also a group or a community, I guess, of people that have started building their own BBSs again. Just because some people are making them doesn't mean they're coming back. Are they back? No. But yes, but no. Mostly no. Before the internet was an over-commercialized, hyper-sanitized hellscape, instead it was a lawless wasteland. I would say it was its own version of a hellscape. It's still a hellscape, it's just a different kind of hellscape. It's just a hellscape that sends you surprise titties. Just another fun community that is kind of small. Yeah, similar to like the Commodore 64 community and homebrew communities. It's like, is the Commodore 64 back? No. But Commodore 64 community is still very real. Lenovo ThinkPad community is your beloved? I hate Lenovo ThinkPads. I had one of those because my dad had one for school when he retrained, and he gave it to me for a bit after he didn't need it anymore, and my god, that was a crappy laptop. Kind of unique design, though. Gave it back to my dad pretty quickly when I bought a newer one. So many ports? Sure. It's just not my aesthetic, I'll put it that way. My current weird gaming community is just this thing. And I will pay attention to it as long as I fucking can. Keyboard nipple? You know what's a better design feature than the keyboard nipple? A USB port so I can plug my mouse in. That's my take. It's a far better feature. I'm not a laptop person. If I haven't owned a laptop since I was a little kid and was only allowed to have internet in the living room, but wanted to be able to play games in my bedroom. So I would take it upstairs and plug it into the hardline upstairs to be able to do stuff on the internet, and then go downstairs to be able to play games. And that was why I had a laptop back when I was a kid. I like being able to leave my work at my desktop, so I don't have laptops. I keep on considering buying a laptop, and every time I seriously consider it, I go, nah, and then I don't. Delighted being near a waterfall. There's a Predator Helios 300. That sounds like a gaming laptop from 2015 that is dependent on an external keyboard and cooling pad function, so it might as well be a desktop. Yep, there's also that. I mean, like, when I'm looking at laptops, I look at, like, Chromebooks and shit. Things that I can just use as, like, a remote word presser, or, like, use TeamViewer to remote into my main computer and, like, use my main computer at a distance. I don't have any desire to have a laptop that I could use as a game-playing platform. Outside of games that, you know, don't need a graphics card. Like, I would play NetHack on a laptop, but that's about it. Maybe CUD. How much longer do you guys have in prison? 6 days? Okay. So you can run Firefox on a Chromebook? That sounds like a lot of work for the same functionality. Like, if I got a Chromebook, it would just run Chrome OS. It would just be like a Google Docs machine. But I'm also not going to get a Chromebook, so... I'm techie, but I'm not that kind of techie. Absolutely not worth it, yeah. It's just like if I got a Steam Deck, I would be that person who would just install Windows on it and just make everything work. That or I just wouldn't touch anything. Although I would jump through a lot of hoops to be able to run emulators on a Stream Deck. Or on a Steam Deck, not a Stream Deck. Or it's basically conquered his world with one fort somehow. It's not hard to do. It's actually really easy to do. You just need a squad with really good tactics and ambushing. And then avoid the locations and sites that have demons in them. But it's really easy to do. It's just really boring and time-consuming. I use Brave these days. I used Chrome for a while. I used Firefox for a while until Firefox started giving me problems, and I went to Chrome. And Chrome was fine until it stopped being fine. It got too bloated. And now I use Brave, and I will use Brave until it ceases to function, and then I will move elsewhere. Yeah, I've done that too. It's also fun to do. Although it's, again, not that exciting to do in practice. It's fun in a roleplay sense, but... No, it doesn't. I mean, it's much lighter. Much lighter. Just because it's Chromium-based doesn't mean it has the same issues. It's way lighter than Chrome is. Chrome has tons of tracking and data mining stuff stuck in it. And it's constantly following you and holding on to tons of cookies. Brave has a really good ad block and cookie prevention and tracking, blocking built in. Actually send your old militia to attack you? Not usually, but yes. More likely what's going to happen is if you send a militia to attack one of your old forts, you'll see your dwarves killing your other dwarves or beating up your other dwarves in the combat descriptions. But yeah, unless they start inserting the same kind of ad tracking stuff as Chrome, it won't have the same issues. Doesn't matter if it's Chromium or not. The issues that I have with Chrome is... The issues that I have with Chrome is... its desire to follow your every move. I doubt it. but they'll find a way around it. But the actual concern that I have for Brave is their entire business model has fallen out from under them. That being crypto. Because, you know, they make a living off of basic attention token, which is still the best name for a fake currency on Earth, but... But who knows? Yeah, who knows? All I know is I have to use Chromium browsers because all of the accessibility plugins to make the internet usable I use are Chromium based, so don't really have a better option currently. Also, by the way, because I haven't gone over this at all, my plan for today is we're going to play probably like 5-6 hours of this fort. And then we're going to play for the first time and have a look at this. I want to play Curse to Golf, which apparently has some mixed response to it. But I just want to give it a shot for a day. See how it is. Because I really enjoyed the demo of it. I've heard it gets repetitive and doesn't have quite enough variety, but I want to play it. The Avast secure browser. Anything that has the word Avast on it or attached to it, I erase from my brain immediately because of my poor experiences with their shitty antivirus. So maybe that's not a conclusion I should jump to, but it's certainly the first thing I think of. I used to use Opera. Years ago. Recently, your forts had this weird thing where you got a pop-up saying a goblin has sprung from an ambush, a goblin thief who immediately runs away, and you never see it, and you've never seen it in your old forts. You're probably close to a group of mercenaries or thieves. Those are pretty common. A resource hog. The only like antivirus, well, the only like internet security shit I use a VPN, and I use Malwarebytes. But everything Avast related, like Avast to me is like up there with McAfee, that I will just avoid it at all costs. Did Mist Runner end up? I'm going to go eat. Switched to Firefox a while back when Chrome was having issues. Tie my hair up again. Cheers. Thank you. My neck can stop sweating now. You've saved me from Cutest Ghost's mistake. I don't mind the hair up, hair down thing when it's not 38 degrees outside, but Jesus Christ. Like, my air conditioning is running, but it struggles to keep this apartment below 25, so it's still hot in here. Was annoyed at the lack of dining tables. Well, I mean, you've been in prison for a year, so that's logical. Feel sympathy after remembering giving somebody food. Oopsies. You want abstract thinking. You know, it's really kind of crazy how many kills some of these dwarves have. That's a lot of notable kills. It's like every single one of them is notable. Like, imagine going into a fight in 409 and every single one of the kills that you get in 409 is notable. On top of your fort strengths and everyone is dying of thirst. Oh no! Got yourself a bunch of thirsty suitors. This looks like Blade Point. Nope, it's not Blade Point. Still kind of half watching that Gamescom stuff. Like, really nothing interesting has come out of that. World history. If they've done what is considered to be notable events in their life, when they're a notable person that pops up in history, then they're given a name, like Stone said, and then they are notable. Basically, you killed a notable person to that faction. It's not on my screen. Oh, maybe you're ahead of me. Am I the only person? I'm starting to think that I am the only person who really doesn't care about Hideo Kojima. It's like, I mean, his games are all right and all, but like, I would get excited if Hideo Kojima was like, yo, me and 2 programmers are making a game and it's just the 3 of us. I'm doing all of the writing and all of the design, and that these 2 programmers and this 1 artist, or that I would get excited for, because it would actually be like a Hideo Kojima product. But now it's just like, you know, he runs a humongous fucking studio with hundreds of employees, and he takes all of the credit for it. It's like, that's okay. You'll be ashamed of your words and deeds. Exclusively on Spotify, go figure. It's not scummy, it's just the auteur problem. Like, he's an auteur creator. It's fine. So's Tarn Adams. But for me, it's cooler and more interesting when they're the only person who has hands on the thing. Urist Dolmas, the son of Baroness, is a notable, even though the only thing they ever did was be eaten by a lion. No, totally. Words and deeds quote. Oh, no, totally. I mean, he makes cool fucking games. Like, him and his studio make cool fucking games. Like, I very much enjoyed watching streams of Death Stranding, and I've played a Metal Gear in the past, and, you know, those characters are iconic and interesting, but he's like the director of a movie. But, you know, when you see a movie and the credits pop up, the production company shows up, the writers show up, the creators show up, the director shows up, and then the rest of the credits. But with Hideo Kojima games, it's like, oh, the entire fan base is like, oh, Hideo Kojima is making a game. It's like, well, no. I mean, he's probably doing some of the world building and writing, and he's directing it. But is he making it with his own 2 hands? No. But from the way half the fandom talks, it kind of sounds like he himself took his own dick and punched all of the code in on the keyboard with his dick. At least that's how the fan base makes it feel. Planet Coaster? What? The fuck is this drug trip? Okay. That do be Planet Coaster. It's definitely Frontier. I'm just trying to figure out why that roller coaster just like launched out of a rocket and then landed back on the track. I'm very confused by this. I don't know. That is a game that I've played a lot of. Stuck dick in keyboard. Park Beyond. Never mind. It's not Frontier. What? Hold on. I'm clipping that. What the fuck was that called? Who's making that? Ah! I don't want the music. God damn it. Huh. Weird. Yeah, it's made by Lambic Entertainment. Limbic Entertainment. Huh. Weird. They're releasing a Pokemon game on a car? Oh, is this like Elon Musk up to his bullshit again? Actually, I don't know what car that is. I mean, you can play... what's it called? You can play Stardew Valley on Teslas. So, and Cuphead. Like, they are included on Teslas, so... Yeah, it's a mini. Well, I mean, not too out of the realm of normal, I would say. Do I think that love can bloom even on the battlefield? I mean, look at half the soldiers in World War II. Duh. Lost 25 dwarves to thirst? That's sad. I'm sorry for your loss. Look at the World War I Christmas special. I think it's a cheesy line. I'm not sure what you want me to say about that. Christmas truce of 1914, sure. How many dwarves do you have total? Harvest stuff from the surface and tell them to, what's the word? Harvest stuff from the surface and then tell them to, brew fruit and everything. 10? Yeah, I don't know. You don't know how to recover the fortress. I don't know how you lose 30 dwarves to not having enough alcohol. That's the part that I don't know about, so. The issue is barrels are immediately being used for other foods before it can be used for brewing. So make more barrels? You forgot about it? Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, I could probably save it, but if you don't know how to save it, then I can't help you. I mean, you clearly know all of the tools that you need to save it. Will it be worth it, though? I don't know. You could also retire and reclaim the same fort and restart with a new set of starting gear, and some of the old dwarves will still be there. Turn off cooking? I mean, yeah, very much turn off cooking, plump helmets at the very least. Well, I mean, you could also make rock pots or iron barrels or copper barrels or metal barrels of any sort. You lost the fort as soon as you found adamantine. Have you not dug through multiple cavern layers that would have water in them? Yeah. Rock pot. You can put food and alcohol in pots. Iron barrel. Yeah, iron barrel. Gold barrel. Gold barrel. Steel. Or actually, let's just type in barrel. See, iron, gold, silver, copper, nickel, zinc, Bronze, brass, steel, platinum, electrum, tin, fine pewter, somehow trifle pewter, somehow lay pewter, somehow lead, aluminum, nickel, billion, sterling silver, black bronze, rose gold, etc. I mean, I guess you could also make wooden ones. You have and they aren't drinking water? Is it set as a water zone? And who makes syrup of Salad? Yeah, well, I mean, how else are you gonna light your fortress, right? Doesn't honey have some like bizarre requirement for jugs? You make syrup? Fair. I haven't made syrup in ages in Dwarf Fort. But I'm pretty sure honey, like, or maybe it's royal jelly. One of the portions of honey requires jugs. It might even be mead. Honey is like the most unnecessarily finicky part of Dwarf Fortress. Profitable? That's cute. No. It's entertaining, but no, it's not profitable. I guess theoretically, like the masterwork wax crafts could be profitable, so. It's basically trash. So yeah, it's pretty much. Probably aren't worth much. No, that wax can be used, but never seem to have enough bags. I only start to run out of bags when I start collecting sand. Why would you want a wax scepter? Why would you want a mudstone scepter? I look over at the Gamescom stream and the first thing I see is Crossfire. Wow. The fact that that game still exists is weird to me. I say that as somebody who had probably like 5,000 hours on the original Crossfire. Probably close to 5,000 hours on the original Crossfire. You wish that lead mugs poisoned you like an Easter egg? I have a question. Why would that be a fun mechanic? It's like when people ask, it's like, Tarn, could you add sickness? And he's like, well, there's already fevers and like contractable diseases. But it's like having like a disease that just comes through and wipes your entire fort out. Like, how would that be a fun game mechanic? Pouring more coffee. Why are you, like, reminding me of this taboo cake place in Vancouver that makes various materials into dildos that shouldn't be dildos, including beeswax and, like, cakes? It wouldn't be fun, but it would be interesting? There's fevers in the game? Yep. You get fevers from certain Forgotten Beast ailments, and everyone is cake if you try hard enough. Or rather, what's the word I'm looking for here? Fevers can exist as ailments and curses. You can get it from evil rain. You can get it from Forgotten Beasts. You can get them from, and it makes like a red X flash on the dwarf, and they get a permanent slowdown. It's sort of like getting bitten by a cave spider gives you a permanent ailment that you can't ever cure. How's things, Orange? I'd like a cake. I have cinnamon buns, though. They're pretty good. Or you just instantly paralyzed? Yep. Yeah, getting bit by cave spiders gives them a... I can't remember the name of it, but it's a permanent ailment. They lose a little bit of their hand-eye coordination, and they never get it back. playing the waiting game, hearing back from work stuffs. Do you know where you're gonna live if you end up moving out here? Current game looks potentially cool. Lady talking is all I see. But I'm pretty sure that my stream's delayed. Oh, it's Dwarf Romantic. No, I mean, that's out, so. Your truck at first? Yep. I think Dwarf Romantic coming to Switch. You know, it's real quick and easy to distinguish what is a horror game and what is a... Actually, is this what I think it is? It's not what I think it is. I'm trying to figure out what game it is they're showing on the Gamescom stream right now. Like some CIA shit. Well, it said hate sex flash on the screen is what it said. Looks like they're trying to, what's the word I'm looking for here? Replicate, like, MK Ultra shit. But in a horror game. Not really my aesthetic. Let's crush some body parts. Wonder if they had a seizure warning at the beginning of that trailer. Yeah, it looks like some MK Ultra themed thing, which is cool. I'm just... Oh, okay. It's an Outlast thing. That makes sense. MK Ultra was a lot of things. LSD was one of the things that it was. Yeah, they can have a dream of raising a family, but have absolutely no interest in lust or, like, friendship relations. So, yeah, that's not too uncommon. Which is why adoption and things like that post-premium is going to be interesting. LSD is fun. Can confirm. I dream of being able to drive a car, but I can't because I'm legally blind. Or fly a plane, also can't. Lots of things people dream of being able to do. You wish adventurers could breed? Kind of glad they can't because Dwarf Fortress is so roleplay heavy, I feel like that would get awkward. There's certain parts of the wider RP fandom that I'm kind of happy Dwarf Fortress doesn't currently allow for. Doesn't everybody to certain degrees, though, Silken Sword? Stay away from LSD. Do mushrooms. Being allowed to take medical marijuana? It's not even medical. It's just like Monday. Not speaking from experience, obviously. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Upper sentence. Without loss of reality? I mean, I'm bipolar as all hell, and there's certain things that trigger my episodes. But in my experience, psychedelics have only made things less bad. Getting hyped and realizing it's 7 years off? I have a solution. Play other video games. Play other video games. Watch other stuff. Get hyped for other things. Dwarf Fortress will show up. And it'll be there when it's ready. And don't worry about it in the interim. I know that it's like this weird concept for some people, but just... You don't need to always be playing the video game. There's always other video games. So one of my dwarves tantrumed and slapped somebody, so he's going into prison again. I get sleep paralysis sometimes, but I definitely have the paralysis. Although I've found this weird concoction of THC and sleep aids that seem to... What are you doing? That seem to have made it a little bit better, at least as of late, but... I would advise only having sleep paralysis once. Preferably never, actually. Does this dwarf just keep running away to go read books? Sorry, like, you can't read books while going to prison. You punched another librarian. Oh yeah, also Dead Island 2, because that got leaked, apparently. The game that we all assumed would never actually come out. Now it's out. Or coming out, I guess. Although I would take sleep paralysis every day because it's something you can become cognizant of and learn how to deal with over night terrors. Because I usually just get night terrors if I'm having sleep problems. And night terrors aren't fun because I wake up and my mouth is bleeding usually because I bite my tongue in my sleep. There's like a chunk of my tongue missing because I bit it off in my sleep. That was fun. Waking up that morning going, hey, Jesus, my tongue. It looked so comically spooky, generic hooded figure in the corner of the room that you assumed it was a friend trying to prank you. You have friends that prank you? Turn on the torch in your room and your room was empty? Yeah. What'd they do? Run out of hobbies of the Run out of copies of The Hobbit. I mean, probably at this point. No, I just tantrumed and smacked another person. Problem is this dwarf prison just makes it worse. Yeah, no, the thing that I get the most often is just head exploding syndrome, which I've talked to a few... I didn't know the name of it up until kind of recently. And I mentioned it a few times, and every time I mention exploding head syndrome, chat just thinks I'm making shit up. It's like, no, that's a thing. I get that very frequently, where like I'll be trying to sleep and then something, bang! Okay, I'm awake now. You had that once and it sucks. I get it multiple times a night. Every night. Constantly. That's not true. If the dwarf, there's a few specific traits that makes it significantly worse, but generally it's just neutral and doesn't really have any effect. The biggest issue that I've encountered with Dwarven Justice is dwarves, when they're stressed, want to cry on somebody in charge and they want to complain at somebody in charge, meaning they want to go to they want to go to the mayor's office and complain to them. It's literally dwarven therapists. The problem is the dwarves that get put in prison, if they get that attend a meeting trait once they're in prison, it does a net negative because they can't like admire the furniture around them. They can't think about other things, and it just frustrates them that they can't attend a meeting. And there's no way that I've found to consistently allow for dwarves to have meetings with the mayor when they're in prison. Yeah, exploding head syndrome is when you hear loud random bangs or gunshots or static or loud sounds. Loud random sounds while you're trying to sleep. And sometimes it lights your vision up too. So like if I'm sleeping and I have exploding head syndrome go off, I'll be like dozing or like half awake, and then suddenly like the back of my eyes will just go like super bright color for a second, and I'll hear a bang and it'll like startle me awake. It's just startling. Like it's not particularly bad, it's just startling. The humans that are not at war with us are here to trade. Like, it's certainly not the worst thing I've ever experienced, but it's annoying. Yeah, no, I think that the mayor should just have the intelligence to go to the prison to talk to the people in prison. There should be a different job allowance there. And Tarn's aware of that issue. I don't know if it's been fixed yet, but like that should be the job of like the dungeon master or something, is to go visit the people that are in prison. Sometimes you have a train of thought interrupted by a loud thing in your mind, which is like listening to the rain, and then suddenly a loud bang happens and the rain is gone. And now you have this silence. I mean, it might be exploding head syndrome. I've never had it happen while I'm awake. Do dungeon masters do anything? Yep, they do the same thing that the captain of the guard does. It's like having a second captain of the guard, basically. But they really... And they do executions if there's executions that need to be done, which is very rare. All right, so Gamescom opening night live. Obnoxious Purple has returned, meaning I can close that stream. Nothing of super heavy note, for me at least. It's often when trying to fall asleep. And it's probably exploding head syndrome then. Yeah, like if you hear a loud bang, it's probably exploding head syndrome. Especially like if you fell asleep, because usually exploding head syndrome, you actually fell asleep for a couple of minutes. But it's like your brain going, no, can't sleep, gotta be awake. It's often caused by like anxiety and stuff, and it's your brain forcing you awake because your brain doesn't want to sleep. And it's often caused by either other sleep disorders or high anxiety or large amounts of sleep deprivation. So it's one of those like fucky things that can be caused by any number of things, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what that thing is. Bring the trader down. Humans are taking a little bit to actually get into the fort, seems. It's a decent-sized caravan, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wagons. I have no idea. I know that mine is caused by, or from speaking with a psychologist, it's likely that mine is caused by stress from other things. Stress and, I self-medicate a lot with THC, right? Because it makes me have less manic episodes. And it also reduces my night terrors down to null. The problem with taking THC, especially before bed, is it blocks your brain from going into REM sleep. So you slowly become sleep deprived even though you're sleeping well. Over the long term, this can cause exploding head syndrome, which is the cause of mine. But that's why I get it frequently, is because I'm almost always on THC when I'm sleeping, because it cuts the night terrors. So it's kind of like a, all right, which pain in the ass do I want to deal with? Do I want to deal with night terrors? Or do I want to deal with exploding head syndrome? And I'll take exploding head. But yesterday was the first day that I put THC in my system. Well, actually, that's not true. Saturday was the first day I put THC in my system in 2.5 weeks, so. But I also don't really like it when people in my chat try and diagnose my problems for me. I'll deal with my own problems, thanks. Just kind of a personal thing. Diagnosis, he's a human being. I also don't appreciate jokes based on the thing I just asked people not to do. But I've told you this before, and that's why you've been timed out in my chat before, Orange. But generally, I would certainly hope so. All right. Yeah, it's because Diamond hasn't been here all day, Animal. I'm assuming he had to peace out early. Because he was here before the stream started, which is kind of funny. And then the stream started and Diamond just vanished into the night. It's pretty common for people in Twitch chats to just be like, oh, you must have this. And it's like, I really would prefer you didn't do that. I'll talk to my own psychologist and my own doctor, thank you. Have I ever retired Longdeath? Nope, and I won't until it's done. Retiring it would reset it. I don't want to do that. The entire point of this entire exercise is to keep this fortress alive for as long as possible without retiring it or abandoning it. If I were to retire it, that would completely negate the entire point of it. Well, you're not the first person to do that. I expect you to be disappointed. My trader has improved their appraisal skill. Well, that's interesting. Have I ever played Slay the Spire? Yeah, I don't like card games. Second games ask me to build a deck, I'm out. There's also this, there's this article that was on Polygon called the 19 Best Roguelikes, which I almost made a video ripping and then just decided not to, because there isn't a single roguelike in that entire list of games. But they did include Inscription, because apparently card games are just roguelikes now. Which is just hilarious to me. I can't wait to release my new Yu-Gi-Oh! Roguelike. Yeah, no interest in Slay the Spire whatsoever. I'm just going to roll down the list of the air quotes 19 best roguelikes. Just because of you mentioning that, Lorenz. I put it in game news? I think I put it in game news. Where did I post it? I posted it in my Discord somewhere. Off topic, maybe? Nope. General? Ah, there it is. The 19 best roguelikes. Okay, Returnal. That's their first one. Rogue Legacy 2. Spelunky 2. Risk of Rain 2. Inscription. Enter the Gungeon. Darkest Dungeon. Dicey Dungeons. Gwent. Rogue Mage. Monster Train. Dead Cells. Into the Breach. Binding of Isaac. That's the only roguish game they've put here so far. Moon Crash, Faster Than Light, Slay the Spire, Loop Hero, Vampire Survivors, Hades. There isn't a single roguelike on that list. It's like, my guys, come on. Where's Caves of Cud, you fucks? Go outside and play some video games. I mean, they're all run-based deck builders. Like, it's just they're run-based games. Inscription is a story-based adventure game that uses card game mechanics as its progression. It's not anything else. No, Into the Breach is a tactics game. That's like calling... It's like calling XCOM a roguelike. So, no. The only reason I say that Isaac is rogue-ish is because its level generation is very reminiscent of Rogue. Like, it does the same hallway room with thing in it, hallway room, but that's, like, it's not a roguelike, it's rogue-ish. Rogue-lite, if you will, but I wouldn't even call it that. Stone Soup, gotcha. I never really got into Stone Soup because I found the community to be way too competitive. It's like everything is like, oh, it's about increasing your score. It's like, but what if I don't want to. I just want to play. So, no. My favorite roguelike of all time at this point, I want to say ADOM, but Ultimate ADOM made me retroactively dislike ADOM, so I'd probably then just say Brogue. Closely followed by Caves of Cud and Jupiter Hell and a few other premium recent releases. They're run-based. Because all of those games, the one mechanic that they take from roguelikes that they classify themselves as roguelikes using is the fact that you go on runs. With the exception of Inscription, that's like an adventure game. But like, all of those games are run-based games. It's the only mechanic that they share in common. So it's like Spelunky is a run-based platformer, right? Dead Cells is a run-based Metroidvania. Like, I don't know, Ziggurat's a run-based first-person shooter. Like, these are games where you go out on runs. Like, calling Cult of the Lamb a roguelike is, like, my most recent, like, head-scratcher. It's like, all right, it's a management game where you go out on runs to get resources. But it's almost more of like a town builder management game than it is a run-based game. And things like Loop Hero have more in common with idle games than even card games. It's like, I can tell people how to properly refer to these games, but at the end of the day, to me, it's like the equivalent of calling like XCOM a real-time strategy game. It's completely redundant. It's just incorrect to call, like, it's as far gone at this point as like saying XCOM is a third-person shooter because you see characters in the third person and they shoot things. It's like trying to call XCOM a third-person shooter to me. It just makes no logical sense whatsoever. And the reason I didn't end up making a video ripping that article is because, like, those are all great games. Like, there isn't a bad game on that entire article. They're all great games. So they're great games. But they're not. You'd call it a strategy deck builder? I'd just call it a run-based deck builder, because that's the mechanic that it takes that makes it unique, is you go on a run. Like, any deck builder is going to have strategy in that, so that's a given. But, like you could call Spelunky, like, a run-based platformer. I wouldn't call it a strategy platformer. That's silly. Whereas, as an example, I would call Faster Than Light a run-based strategy game, but I would call Into the Breach a run-based tactics game. And I just think like people lose the threat. Like you're literally just crushing an old genre. It's like Curse to Golf, right? This game, it's a run-based golf game, right? They call it a golf-like because like early on they were referring to it as a roguelike and they kind of got hounded on a little bit and they changed it to golf-like because they're just like, well, it's not a roguelike. It's still got the user tags of roguelike, so it shows up in the roguelike category where it shouldn't. We should have grown beyond roguelike at this point in the mainstream discourse. Yeah, nothing in the mainstream should be called a roguelike. They need to adopt a better name for those games, and that better name is run-based, because that's the mechanic that they share. It's like we stopped calling Doom games Doom clones. Well, like we stopped calling first-person shooters Doom clones, and games that are now like Quake clones are just called boomer shooters. Like every other subgenre of game has just like acquired their own name. The problem is this kind of newer style of run-based game kind of showed up in like the late teens, and then everybody just decided we're gonna call those roguelikes. It's like, no, but like roguelikes have existed. They're called dungeon crawlers, and Spelunky does kind of have meta progression. Kind of, but I'm not gonna fall down that rabbit hole. It has less meta progression than... It doesn't have power progression. How's that? I mean, there's a lot of subgenres of games that I wish we had more games like them. You know, like, even Escape from Tarkov, which is starting to spawn the extraction shooter genre... Like, they already have a name for those. They're extraction shooters. So whenever a game that's like Escape from Tarkov comes out, it's an extraction shooter. You need to stop rant channel points thing? Then I might as well just turn my entire stream off. If you don't like my rants, go watch a different channel. I enjoyed this part of my content. If you don't, I can't help you. I stream for like, 15 hours a day. If I'm not allowed to rant, what exactly is my content then? If you don't like it, mute me. Go watch somebody else. No, vast majority of them don't know what the original, like, the vast majority of people who play roguelikes or games that are called roguelikes. Well, if you like it, then why are you telling me to stop? If somebody throws money at me right now, I'll rant about how you threw money at me. I'm also not even ranting. I'm pretty calmly talking. Isn't like a rant like something or like a heated discussion? This is like me calmly speaking verbally. No, not enough to rant about you giving me money. I'll rant about how you didn't give me enough money. Only 50 cents? Come on, you can do better than that, man. Thanks for the 50 cents. Appreciate you. Second money I've gotten today. I've now received 2 amounts of money today.
Okay, this is better.
That's $1. Why would you give me $1? I'm literally just like telling you that I'll call you out for giving me $1 if you give me $1. So what the fuck? Go give your money to charity or something. Somebody who actually needs it instead of just some poor slob in Canada who needs to make rent. Yeah, it's like listening to my brother-in-law talk about the difference between...
F you too, I can, so I will.
Sorry, but text-to-speech lady saying F you too is just way too fucking funny to me. Thanks for the $1 of Salad. Appreciate you, man. Or rather, $2.50. Chat, can I get a round of beers for, you know, the $2.50 that Oafs just gave me? You're most welcome. Cheers, dude. See, I can't even do that for very long, the whole ranting about people giving me money thing. Although the one time I've legitimately ranted about people giving me money was on my birthday when I was trying to raise money for charity, and then you guys were all just like, hey, fuck you, we're giving you money instead. I was like, why don't you, like, give money to charity like we're supposed to today? Speaking of things that are not charity, thanks for throwing a sub at Disco, who definitely deserves it, who's been around this channel for years. Oh, cheers, man. Thank you. And thanks for paying forward the gift from Pilot. Hey, Shachimo. What's up? I'm, like, weirdly hungry. Early in the day for me. So I'm amazed these humans are still here. Would have thought they would have left by now. 2 more crutches? So you thought you'd spend it wisely? Well, don't give it all to me. But I do appreciate the sub. This is why streaming is going to be difficult during times of recession. Because realistically, we're not an important thing to spend your money on. Not at all. There we go. They are finally done. So the next little bit's going to be them putting shit away. But happy payday regardless. I might do sandwich a little bit earlier today. Dragon Man, thanks for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing? Thanks for bringing your friend over. Appreciate you, dude. You spend money on entertainment? Raz, thanks for keeping that sub alive for 29 months. Welcome back. That's the first resub of the day, believe it or not. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Hey! And that's my first resub. Cheers. Just not in the mood? Yeah, I get you. Tried to explain that to your dance teacher, and she was horrified that her craft was not the utter most important thing in everybody's life. Oh, like you used to like take dance lessons, and then like recession stuff started to hit, and so you're cutting stuff, and they were sad that you were leaving. I mean,
cheap enough for you.
Well, I mean, so I pay 30% in taxes, right, Orange? So take 30 cents off that. Then on top of that, or before that, PayPal is going to take maybe about 29 cents of that. So I'm going to get about maybe a couple pennies out of that. So thanks for the fraction of a dollar. So sure, yeah, cheap enough for me. I'm not a mega corporation yet. I'm working on it. I mean, I do receive paychecks from Amazon. So I kind of am a mega corporation by that logic. I wouldn't be able to pay bills without Blind IRLing. Damn right. Call me when I have 1 million subscribers and 3 employees. Then I'll be certainly not a mega corporation, but a corporation. Technically, I'm just a privately employed individual who does contract work. Just happens that one of them is Amazon. $3 for 95 bits. It's 95? I mean, for 100 bits? Yeah, I mean, like, there's some math you could do there to figure out whether or not it's actually worth it. If anybody's sitting on a Prime sub, it'll probably level it up, by the way. Oh, you're on mobile. Wait, they sell it in sets of 95 on mobile? I'm sorry, what? Because I know, like, Amazon or Google takes a cut of that, which bumps it up by 30%, but, like, 95? I'm going to check that. That's weird. Also, apparently my mom sent me a text 4 hours ago. Whoops. Have to be up at 4 a.m. to deliver newspapers? Jeez. That's nice. Okay. Wow, what the fuck? You're not wrong. It's $2.69 for 95 bits. Why? That's so strange. That's bizarre. Yeah, no, of course. Plus, I mean, that's before tax, but like. That's so strange. Okay, weird. Learn something every day. What does 1 bit get me? Me? It gives me a penny. If people cheer the bit in my chat. 1 penny on my paycheck. But yeah, you have a good nap, Silken Sword. Define sweet. As a diabetic, I'm not interested in things that are sweet. That's not true. I've got cinnamon buns on my counter. They just cause me pain. Haven't been attacked yet. Midsummer. Thanks for the mini trains, lads. I love how Twitch just has like these features to allow people to give streamers money on mobile, and then they make it completely redundant with extra fees. Although that's more like Google and Apple you can blame for that, but it's more Google and Apple that you can blame for that. Right, my head's a little fuzzy. I think I'm going to take an early lunch break. You blame both? Yeah, I think it's both. I'm going to take an early lunch break. I normally take my lunch break in about an hour, but I'm going to go for an early lunch. I'm just going to let you guys follow this here Letharticus running around doing their daily stuffs in Dwarfs. And then people still deliver. It's... I hesitate to refer to delivering newspapers as a job, at least out here. I don't know what it's like in Germany, but out here it's like $30 a day, and it's like, here's 9 hours of work. Well, maybe not 9 hours of work, but like the pay is awful, and like the work is slow, especially if you have to take a drive. Twitch is taking a bigger cut too. No, their cut's 30%. But anyway, I mean their cut is literally listed on the thing. But anyway, I'm going to go, like I said, eat a sandwich, and then when I return, we will continue with more Dwarf Fortress. Although it's just gonna keep running in the background. So enjoy the dwarf running around, BRB. Also, if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. Back in a bit.
Oh, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo! Cheese for everyone! damn it.
Bark, 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 bark.
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
NANI?! Sandwich!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Cheese for everyone!
Woo!
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
fuck
baby.
yeah, dude. This
Let's
is
go.
fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
car racing.
Bring out your dead!
Also, oafs, welcome back to the Patreons. Anyway, I return.
You fucking donkey!
Thanks. Jeez. Man, I show up and that's... You call me a donkey. Imagine, it's just like, hey guys, I returned. You fucking donkey? It's like, what did I do to you? Gosh. Meh. Chat, I gotta be honest with you. I'm ridiculously excited about this game. I'm ridiculously excited about this game. And it's out in 7 days. How do you guys feel about me doing some fishing streams? You're not wrong. I did definitely forget to remove you. I do remember, like, making note of it. I don't want to say I removed you from one of the things, but I forget to remove a lot of people from a lot of, like, there was there is, I guess, a member of this chat who I legit forgot to remove his custom sound command and commands for about 6 months before he reminded me, and I was like, right! Yeah, I'm pretty bad at that. I don't really mind it, though. You're feeling fishy? Yeah, I think I'm going to stream some of Call of the Wild. I mean, I do have like 140 hours in Hunter Call of the Wild, so. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty bad at certain parts of the Patreon upkeep. Doesn't help that they like also just completely changed the back end of Patreon. Patreon looks totally different now. Actually, chat, I'm going to complain about UX design for a second here. Google pushed a OS update recently, right? Which was installed on my phone. New Android version, right? You know what it did? So I use large fonts, or the largest font setting in Android, because my eyes don't work very well. The update made it so that if you use the biggest font, it breaks your folders. So if you open up the folders on the like main menu of the phone itself, you open up the folders, instead of popping up, you know, like they're supposed to, it pops up in the top right half off screen. So I had to lower the size of my fonts to keep using folders, and I like using folders. So now I have to halfway squint to see my phone. I hope they fix that soon. Kind of shocked we haven't been hit by the humans yet. Late summer is usually when they invade. Considering we've had a couple of years where it was like 2 a year, I've been very cautious and not really doing any major projects while I'm waiting. Seems like Soap's got a beardy. Well, it's well done, Googs. On Android. They broke a very useful accessibility feature. Google break something? Only my hopes and dreams. How are you doing, Armor? How you doing, man? How's things been? And chat, thanks for the, like, you know, little tiny hype train. Streams have been weird recently in that I've been getting way less resubs than normal. And I've actually been losing a lot of old subscribers. A lot of people have been dropping my channel, which kind of is fine, but combine that with like a lower on average or lower than average amount of gift subs per month and stuff like that, it has actually been starting to affect me a little bit. So just kind of hoping that Twitch doesn't be silly like last year and actually has some good incentives for their big sale month, which is September, or September. I can't wait for Domtober. Subs everywhere rejoice. Anyway, hopefully they actually do something good for September this year. To update some servers? Well, I hope you're getting paid, but is this one of those where you agreed or you didn't really have an option and you just kind of had to do it? I feel like usually when people are like, yeah, I agreed to do this, they actually mean, I was told to do this. Why is there bags in the... Right, yeah, because I was encrusting all of these bags with gems. Forgot about that. I was like, why is there bags in there? Oh, because I was encrusting them with gems, right? So why not, lol? Yeah, totally. I feel you there. I said, well, what would I do anyways? Go sit in the back of a pub, which is what I did yesterday, actually. I went down to Port Moody. Yesterday was actually pretty nice. I didn't really post much about it, but I think I posted a picture of a beer or something. But I went down to Port Moody, and I went to Moody Ales and sat at the bar for a bit. Watched the brewers work, which was fun. Because, like, their bar is, like, facing this way, and, like, right behind it is the actual brewery. So if you're there during a weekday during working hours, you can watch them work, which was kind of fun. I sat there and had a pint there, and then I went to a different brewery that I like, and I had a pint there. Then I went and had ice cream, and then I went home. There's a really good gelato place right there. That's like my idea of a day out, is just I'm sitting by myself at a bar listening to music. It's like if I'm not hanging out with my friend Kevin, I'm by myself at a bar usually. Must be an interesting statue if it's so pleasurable, Dwarf. Picks and crutches? Oh. Where's my man? Oh, he's sleeping. Manager, go do your job. Quit sleeping. I do. It's just not very frequently, and also not usually on days that I can make it, so... Or rather, I'm better about that now because of the more open schedule, but... Yeah, I don't... I only really have the one friend, who's Kevin. Who, and I went on a hike with him on Saturday, so... I just wanted to go do something that wasn't be at my computer yesterday, so... And the weather was nice. I went for a walk and had 2 pints. I did a lot of walking in between those pints, too. It's like... I had 1 pint, and then I walked all the way... Or rather, I had a pint and a taster. And then I walked all the way around the park block. And then I came back, and then went to the other brewery, and then had a pint and then a sleeve. I went home. We need to get to a bar and hang out, but it never happens. A British Pie truck was out on Thursday. I walked past a couple food trucks when I was out in Moody yesterday, Aqua. There's a free tacos tomorrow, which is a taco truck. I've never actually had their tacos. There's a pizza truck, which is pretty good. They make like little single-serve pizzas for pretty cheap. They're like $8 pizza. There's a grilled cheese sandwich truck, and then there's this lobster cakes one, which there's something about getting lobster out of a food truck. I'm not okay with that, so never actually had it. There's a tap on the keg. Ha! I was gonna say look up and see if you can spot the cameras, which is usually what I do, is just look up and spot the cameras. Free tacos tomorrow. Yep. Their sign's literally just like, free tacos! Exclamation point, and then in brackets underneath it, tomorrow. That's their sign. A lot of the breweries on that street actually have QR codes that are private ordering apps that the trucks outside use. And there will be like you'll be sitting there at the bar and you'll just have a drink or whatever, and there will just be a QR code in front of you that says, pizza, order through your phone. But you have to go out and get it. So usually I'll just not. Like, I very rarely get the food truck food, but, like, you could get up and just go, I don't know, get a hot dog and then walk back in. Just show them the number on your phone and they just hand you your food. Just kind of nice. Pretty good way of doing things, but... Stone, heads up, it's that time of day. The humans are here. The good old-fashioned is here. Also, because it got delayed by a month, you know what I'm looking forward to, chat? It did get delayed by a month. September 6th. When I come back from PAX... Actually, what day do I come back from PAX? Tuesday. This will be the day I come back from PAX this comes out. This is going to be my evening the day I come back from PAX. Can't fucking wait. Or the day after I'm back from PAX. Can't fucking wait. I'm so excited about this goddamn video game. I can't even. I'm so excited. I just want to play Thief so bad. You knew it was near. Yeah, it was nearing that time of day. I need another crutch. Queued up. You can't decide on a food? Just do grilled cheeses. Just have like a bunch of different cheese and like 3 different kinds of bread. Super easy to do, super easy to make. The ingredients are cheap. And if you can make them consistently and well, you're good to go. Then all you need is a pipe in the back and get a little stone and you just sit there and make grilled cheeses all day. I feel like I would really like working at a food truck if it was a hobby. Like, if it was something where I could just, like, get a license and, like, go to big events or something. But, like, the concept of having to just, like, run a food truck all day or all week, every week, that just sounds exhausting. Like, I feel like it's a gig that would get old quickly. You know what I mean? It's sort of like, you know, how you see streamers that get burnt out all the time. It's like, well, you're playing video games on the internet. It's like, sure, but there's elements of this job that are fucking exhausting. I feel like a food truck would be similar to that. Where it would be a really fun gig that would also get exhausting if you did it too much. Animal resubscribed to tier 3 for 55 months. That mean I owe you your command back, because you were at tier 1, you know? Weren't you? Weren't you? You were at tier 1 previously. Wasn't she? Question is... Animal, what was your command previously? I can't remember if it's still in my bot. You're free again to annoy everyone? Well, not quite, but me at least. And hello, Cyrlac, how are you? Good day, sir. Animal, you should be able to use the annoy me commands now. You're too poor to get a command of your own? You don't need them. Not everybody needs them. It was hello. Here, I'll just reactivate the old one if it still exists. Yeah, it does. Here, I'll just re-enable that one until you can find a new one. Should work again now, Animal. You have to work Mondays now? Oh no! You also seem to miss the beginning of the stream. Unless I'm crazy. Hopefully there's some benefits to it.
Hello.
But welcome back, Animal. To the land of the people who probably give me too much money. Although you have a badge to prove it, so. But see, that's the thing with food trucks, right? That's the dream, but you need a license to, like, sell food in most places. So being able to set up in different locations requires licenses for different locations. So you're assuming that, one, you can get the license, and two, there isn't already a food truck with that license. So there's a lot of competition. Was Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays the old one? New one is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? I think I'd take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday over over Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, like if I had to choose, I'd rather work Mondays. But then again, I don't know what you normally do on Sundays, so. Cyrolac is our resident local taxidermist who informs us of which leathers would actually work for armor and which one wouldn't. Very useful member of the chat room for Dwarf Fortress. Like, as an example, like the free tacos tomorrow, like that truck is there every day. Like, it might as well not be a truck. Like, it's literally just a business. There's a Jappa Dog, which is a popular food truck chain in Vancouver that is just always in front of the local brewery here. So it's like the only food that local brewery has. I'm not going to name it because they're quite a big one and they're walking distance from my house. But there's a brewery that's walking distance from my apartment that always has a Jappa Dog out front. There's never anything else. There's only that one Jappa Dog. And they're there like year round. They're there in the winter, for fuck's sake. So, like Scrubway without being that part, but buying your own bread and making the stuffs. I mean, like starting your own new, like, sandwich place? That's tough. Tough gig. Restaurants are hard. See Kitchen Nightmares as example A. Also found out City Kid goes to school. City Kid goes to school in, they are building a new jail less than 250 meters from the school. I mean, jail, school, what's the difference, really? They both teach high school basic, at least here. That does seem suboptimal for parents, though. For lunch and assigned on rotation? Still, doesn't sound like a very consistent revenue flow, though. I mean, the actual... I mean, I was mostly joking, but that sucks, Sarlacc. At least with here, it's very much like the gigs that you want in the food trucking industry are you want to get hired for festivals, you know? Because you get paid to be there, or in some cases you pay to be there, and then you make a bunch of money in a short period of time, right? Or fairs, or those events. Competitions where they just have like those massive food trucks, or conventions, like that's what you want. Whereas like the small parking spots on the side of the road, like you're not going to make all of your money doing that. What you really want is you want to be like in the parking lot of a brewery 3 days a week or something consistently. The issue with the food truck industry is consistency. And the dwarves have made it to trade. We've almost made it a complete year without going to war, without getting attacked by the humans. That's interesting. The outpost liaison has arrived as well. Also, chat investments are open. Yeah, no, sorry, like, that sucks. So are you gonna try and transfer the kid to a different school, or just, like, hope construction is slow and let them graduate? I mean, here, most of the food truck industry, at least in my part of town, is mostly monopolized by Japadog. And so, like, every mall, somewhere in the parking lot, there will be a Japadog. Sometimes two. But that thing's like a fucking chain at this point. Also, for reference, Japadog is like, they give you a hot dog, but it's got the stuff that you put in sushi on it. So it's got, like, like rice or like raw fish or like sushi ingredients in a hot dog bun with no hot dog. It's not my go-to. I don't want to. That's not the goal. The goal isn't to start wars. The goal is to remain at peace as long as possible. They started the war with me. From rich parents to relocate it? I think it also depends on what kind of prison it is, too. At least for me. I mean, if it's a high security one, it's just a wall. Also, it's probably cheaper to relocate the school than it would be to relocate a prison once they've begun construction. Don't know what to sell. They haven't built the jail? Well, it sounds like it's so far off, like your kid will probably be out of, like, I don't know how old your kid is, but I would assume would be out of the school before that became a major issue. Yeah, that sounds super far off. I wouldn't lose too much sleep over that. But I don't think we should be eating dolphin, like, period. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Japadog. I've had their stuff once or twice. It's fine. It kind of fits in with, like, the poke food fusion stuff. It's not really my shtick, I would say. Damn, good win, Animal. Maybe you're gonna be the new diamond. You just gotta pledge all of your tickets to the Gremlin for Mayor Fund. So, fun fact, Saralak. An area that a friend of mine, what's the word? An area that a friend of mine lived, I'm trying to not, like, say specific locations, but there was a high-security insane asylum, I shit you not, close to where his dad had, like, a plot of land for his pipe-laying business. He was a private contractor for laying clay and iron pipe. He did welding and lead pipe and clay pipe laying. So he was a private contractor for that, right? So we just had, like, a field kind of out in the middle of farmland in the Fraser Valley that, you know, had a fence around it. and inside of that was just pipe, just piles of pipe, and then machinery to transport them in his trucks and everything that he needed for his work. And I used to hang out with this friend, and his dad would just like drop us off there and let us hang out. Well, across the road, and maybe like half a dozen blocks up or so, there was a high security insane asylum. And they would take prisoners out on good behavior, and they would volunteer to work in the local farm fields. They'd help plowing and shit. And there was a good couple times where we were out there, like, just hanging out, like, close to the little gas station there. Like, we'd go buy energy drinks or something and just, like, chill on the side of the highway and stuff. And there'd be, like, maybe, like, 150 prisoners within, like, walking distance of us. Like, not even, like, and it's not like they're, like, in shackles or anything. Like, they just have shovels and they're digging and working. And we're just kind of sitting there going, like, man, there's, like, prisoners. What the fuck's going on? Never had a problem, but it was a little odd. Just you've kind of, like, awoken that memory in my head. I used to always see them working the salmon runs, too. They'd go in and they would gather the salmon and they would force salmon spawn, which is basically just where you take lady salmon, cut her in half, dump all the eggs out, and then grab boy salmon and squirt sperm on them and throw them back in the water. They used to do that. I'm gonna turn the water off. They'd use that to artificially raise baby salmon spawn to help inflate the salmon populations. I don't know what that is, Satchmal. I need to Google that. So that stops the water flow. Let's remove dwarfs from this. You want 2 crutches? Gotta keep the salmon alive. They're important. They're important for more than just our lunches. I am receiving a text message. Never mind, it wasn't a text message. It was a pinged update from PC Gamer that Dead Island 2 is finally coming out. Who's making that? Doesn't have a Steam page. I'm actually kind of curious about who's making it. Oh. Weird. So, Dead Island, right, was made by Techland, the people who went on to make Dying Light. Dead Island 2, because Deep Silver owns the IP for Dead Island, right? Dead Island 2 is made by Deep Silver, Dambuster Studios, Jaeger, and Sumo Digital. Jaeger makes a bunch of wrestling games and then, like, Earth Defense Force and a bunch of other random games. Like, they're a very all over the place, like, work for hire studio. Actually, no, wait, never mind. I'm confusing them with Ukes. So Jaeger made Spec Ops The Line, Dreadnoughts, and The Cycle Frontier. That's that studio. And then Sumo Digital, who made, like, one of my favorite recent 3D platformers, as well as, like, a lot of Sonic games. That's a weird combo. Hope that game's good. Oh, okay, that's why it sounded vaguely familiar, yeah. Vietnamese sandwiches, yes. Just like Korea does better Kentucky Fried Chicken than Kentucky Fried Chicken. Just like Korea does better fried chicken than KFC, Vietnam does better subs than Subway. Funny how that works. It depends on the prison. I'm very much of the side of we have to make prisons nicer to be in and more humane. Not really on the side of Alcatraz. It highly depends on the prison and the purpose of the prison. Like, I remember there was some controversy in the late 2000s here because there's a very low security prison up close to Chilliwack here. Like, kind of between the area I grew up in, Chilliwack. It's kind of in a patch of nowhere, but it's a low security prison. So, like, there isn't even a fence around it. It's just a building. Like, you could walk out and leave. It's that kind of prison. But there was some controversy because they put Xboxes in all of the cells. So the cells are split by 4 people, right? Each cell has 4 people in it. And they put Xboxes and TVs in them. This was like when Xbox Live and Halo 3 was a major deal. They're just like, yeah, this great thing that we spent, like, you know, public funding on to make these prisoners' lives better. And it's just like, there was a lot of people that were super fucking pissed that they're just like giving these people, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's like, let people have lives. I mean, like, those guys, they spend like it. Like, most of these people, the people in there were like in there on like petty drug charges. So I guess like at the time it was a lot of like weed charges and like maybe like basic theft and stuff like that. Anything that would put you in a low security prison. But like these guys would like spend all day basically doing free labor. It's like, let them play a couple rounds of Halo before they go to bed. Like, come on. Make them mine gold in MMOs like China does. I was concerned until you said MMOs. No, they don't, Ocelot. So yeah, I don't think that Alcatraz had the right idea. I think putting them on a rock in the middle of the island just makes things worse. All the research that went into Prison Architect, yet they still make you give somebody the death sentence at the start of that game. Look at this gather plants job. Lovely. Possibilities of Murfist II. Happy Tuesday, Shiny. How's you doozies? I'm like sad, but I'm late to the party for sad. I learned last night, or rather this morning, I guess, technically. Late last night. I learned late last night that the guy who wrote the song Stacy's mom passed away at the beginning of 2020, and I didn't know. So I'm like sad after the fact when I really shouldn't be. Rather, I'm not sad. I'm more just kind of bummed. It's like, oh man, I like that song. Stocked up some major hash supply. 10 grams should hold you over. I was talking with my neighbor because I bought a new bong. So I, of course, tested it out last night. And I was talking to my neighbor about weed. And he was saying that these days, now that he's retired, he smokes about 3 joints a day. Before he was retired, he would smoke maybe a joint a day, maybe less, depending on what he was doing for work at the time. And I asked him, I'm like, so how often do you buy, because he buys them 500 grams at a time. And he's like, well, 500 grams. And he's just like, well, I bought weed. And figures out when he bought it last. And then figures out when he bought it next. He's like, about every 28 days, he buys weed. 500 grams of weed every 28 days. And I'm just sitting here going, I bought 300 grams like in November. I'm still working my way through that. Still working my way through that. Like, to the point where I'm worried I need to start checking it for mold. But, hope you had a good weekend, Pablo. Or cured deteriorates. Just keep it in a sealed jar. I don't mind it because I work on a budget. And I've never really run into issues with it deteriorating, so. Gotta be honest. 2 crutches and 2 picks. Or it dries out within a week? Are you buying stuff that isn't cured? Because that sounds like what would happen if you didn't cure it properly. Also, the concept of keeping weed in the freezer is kind of alien to me. I really like Dragon's last name. Blanket Machine. I want a blanket machine. Sounds cozy. Blaze Salve. That's literally a thing in Caves of Cud. It's the heat? How hot is it where you live? Are you like in a desert or something? But man. But I believe it. Tropics? Yeah. You don't have to be specific, but. I know somebody through Twitch who lives in the Caribbean. It's really funny hearing him complain about parrots and shit.
Nice I can catch some DF today. Good to see everyone.
Hey, White Pony One. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Cheers. I'm really liking this sealed sippy cup coffee life. Thanks for gifting out a 5-pack. Cheers. I know every single one of those people. Double thank you. Check, can I get a big round of beers for the generosity of White Bunny One? Resubbing and then chucking out a 5-pack. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for helping keep this stream funded. So we're going to start running into this problem soon. Pretty soon, the original bar and block bins that we have for this fortress are going to start breaking down. It's going to start happening pretty soon. And when that starts happening, we're going to run into some issues. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of disappointed. I was getting kind of hopeful that there'd be something Dwarf Fortress related announced at Gamescom. And then Tarn's post last night was just like, oh, crap. No, sorry. Announcement won't be like, I genuinely thought that Tarn thought that they were going to be announcing something this week. But after reading his post from last night this morning, it's like, the way he wrote it was kind of funny. It almost sounds like there was some miscommunications there. Or because like literally his wording was, I believe it was talks about a bug, and then he says, and he did a little bit more work on the exciting announcement, which is not this week, because last week he said it would be this week. To the point where like I feel like he mentioned something, and then Kid Fox was like, "Psst, that's not this week. We're all in Germany." Because the bucket deteriorated? Yeah. I mean, that... actually. Yeah, my bucket's made of Electrum on my well. But like, I keep having to replace beds. Like, I should probably go through and do all these ones. Yeah, they're all heavily worn. Just having fun in a heavily worn bed, aren't you? Yeah, these ones are all heavily worn. The ones over here were mangled up until I very recently swapped them all out. Now they're all very fancy. Actually, how many beds do I have right now? 2, basically. You read Root Canal and slumped thinking more delays. Why? I mean, Root Canal just makes it hard to talk and gives you a headache for a bit. It's not like it's gonna slow the game down. I wouldn't consider that to be more delays, no. I mean, Kit Fox is... Literally the entirety of the Kit Fox team is in Germany right now at Gamescom. So... And then after that, they're going to be traveling directly back to PAX West. Although, actually, I don't know if they will have a break at home in the middle. It's like, Gamescom is like, starts officially tonight, tomorrow-ish, and that goes until the Sunday, at which point then they have until Friday to get to Seattle. So, like, his publishing team is traveling, so I won't expect much in the way of DF news this week, outside of the, you know, thing that I posted today, which was just about his blog post. Which is kind of why I posted that video, because it's like, I haven't posted anything in 13 days. I'm like, the YouTube channel's views have really slowed down. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm looking forward to that PAX demo, though. It's enough that I've decided to go to PAX, so hopefully, hopefully it lives up to expectations and we get a good demo. And I'm gonna see if I can get them to record the footage directly and then just like pass it off to me when I get down there, you know? That's kind of what I'm hoping for, but we'll see. Not gonna get my hopes up too high. You know, someone just commented, what tile set is this? On my most recent DF News video. Someone missed the whole point of the video, I think. Just gonna comment with a link to the Steam page. Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about Tarn getting a root canal slowing things down. COVID, maybe. Root canal, yeah. Yeah, I just... Hopefully, Zach and Tarn can stay healthy. That's the thing that I worry about the most. Is Zach and Tarn just staying healthy. Root canal is not too big of a concern for me. Because you don't... Fortunately, I don't think anybody uses their teeth to program. Right? 2 more crutches. Let's also work on rock crafts. Actually, you know what? Instead of that... Let's make clothing. Let's do a round of clothes. Because it turns out getting new clothes is the thing that makes the dwarves real happy. Does anybody else here refuse to make cloth shoes? It just feels weird / wrong to me to make cloth shoes. It's like, that's not a very good material. Like, I could understand wooden shoes, and it actually kind of weirds me out that, like, wooden shoes isn't really a thing in Dwarfort. But cloth shoes just seem inadequate to me. Like, completely inadequate, especially for the kind of work these dwarves are doing. Yeah, but the sole of a slipper isn't made of cloth. Also, you're not going to wear that into a mine. You know, when you're like working in a coal mine, right, and your coworker shows up wearing slippers, you ask several questions, you know what I mean? Yes, but socks are separate things from shoes in Dwarf Fortress. Socks are a thing and shoes are a thing. So you can make socks, and then you make shoes. So wouldn't it be weird to just put socks on your socks? Isn't that like a strange concept? I mean, even like moccasins are denser than just cloth. It's just one of those like things about Dwarf Fortress that just makes me scratch my head a little bit. But I'm curious, chat. Does anybody else here refuse to make cloth shoes? Because I certainly do. I'm also just trying to restart conversation because we've been quiet for the last 20 minutes almost. Leather shoes all the way. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Usually wolf leather? That's oddly specific. What about when there isn't wolves on your map? Unless you're talking about real life, in which case I don't know. You buy it all? Like, so you specifically import wolf leather? Huh. Sure, why not? I once had a fortress that was almost entirely... It was a desert fortress, so, like, nothing grew there. So thus you want them to die so that you can make clothing out of them? That's an interesting love. I love you so much, I want to kill you and make clothing out of your skin. Anyway. I once had a fortress that was almost entirely clothed off of whale leather because the only people that traded with me were the humans, and all that they had was whale leather. Holy crap, Zan finally discussed stuff with us. It took you forever. You must have drank a lot before doing anything useful. I don't know what to ask for. Because there's really nothing I need. You know what? I haven't asked for dogs in a while. Let's ask for dogs. No, pink. Actually, I think we do have a tame hedgehog somewhere in this fort. Do it says, I look forward to meeting you next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Let's check, do I? Yeah, I got 2. I got 2. But they're immortal, the vermin pets. They just kind of clog up your silly thing. Or they clog up your pet's screen. Can you breed them? No. They're vermin. They do nothing. They're also invisible most of the time. That's very disappointing. Like most of Dwarf Fortress when you actually look deep into it. Giant hedgehogs are what you want. Yeah, no, literally all you can do with vermin is you can trap them and then make them into pets. But yeah, no, giant hedgehogs you'd be able to breed and domesticate and war train and all that crap. So that's what I would look to for that sort of thing. But as for the normal ones, they're just vermin, so they're literally mechanically identical to all other vermin. And no vermin actually have any mechanics, they just exist. They appear and they disappear, and they appear and they disappear, and they appear and they disappear. And they hang around certain plants, but that's about it. They have no... It's like on chat the other day, somebody was talking about, or asking if vermin birds lay eggs, and I'm like, I don't think so. And they're like, 20 minutes later, nope, they do not. Cloth shoes are an example of fashions changing. Let the kids have their moment of rebellion. It's pointless to argue with a fashionista. Let the foot sores and corns and blisters do the rationalizing for you. In the meantime, enjoy these small moments when you can step on their toes in your hobo nail boots on the tavern dance floor. Sure. more like your gem-studded leather boots. Also, the concept of a fashionista. It's like, you can't argue with one. I mean, you can. Just because they choose not to listen to you doesn't mean you can't argue with them. You can argue with literally anybody. It's just often futile. Those arguments are what we describe in the biz as a waste of fucking time. Well, pointless and cant are more or less the same statement. Also, I think that it would depend on the fashionista themselves. It would be just kind of weird. I think that people have gotten less interested in that kind of thing post social media? Is that fair? It's interesting, actually. It's like, there's two kinds of debates I see on the internet. There's people just like screaming at each other. And then there's people who clearly actually, like, you know, went into debating class posing different arguments and then saying goodnight at the end of it. That's kind of interesting, actually. Lots of people listen to other perspectives. The problem is people most of the people doing the arguing don't have a perspective. They just have a thing that they like, and then they have a thing that they think they don't like for some arbitrary reason. So they're no longer arguing a perspective. They're just arguing for things that they like and things that they have decided that they don't like. Like, I can be convinced for almost any argument within reason if there's logic behind it. The problem is most people don't give logic. They just say you're dumb and then move on. Like, I don't care what any fashion head says to me. I will wear blue jeans and t-shirts for the rest of my life. Blue jeans and gray t-shirts, thanks. You've had some of your major views changed by having a good debate and discussion? Yeah. I like to think I've had some impact on people with this stream, with my take on cars. Whenever people are just like, whenever people tell me that they refuse to demand better bus services because public transit sucks, it's like, well, if your statement is that public transit is bad, you should try and make your public transit better, not just settle and drive car because public transit is bad. You get the bus into work every day? Hell yeah. Save lots of money on gas and car insurance. But it, what? What's but it for? Make awful low rumbles, which just takes the bus out of the... Actually, on the topic of buses, you know what I got to ride recently? Most of our buses here are diesel, or they're cable electric, which basically just means that they, as long as they have cables above the road, they can drive and they're completely electric, but they're stuck to the cables. We now have fully electric battery-powered buses. And I got to ride on one on Saturday. But they're only in the rich part of town, go figure. So that's the area that I go hiking a lot, is where the expensive but fancy buses are. They're exactly the same as a normal bus, except they make this low hum. They're completely silent. They're like, bzzz. And because they only drive in super low, what's the word? Low speed roads. They don't go on the highway. Well, it's not because they can't go fast enough, but they, for various reasons, are not allowed on the highways currently. They're very quiet. They're really, really, really nice in like the kind of housing districts and whatnot, areas where a lot of people live. That'll make your day. I mean, I've only seen one once, but I did get to ride on it, so it's kind of neat. I mean, they are brand new here. There's most of the clothing done. We're just waiting on leather shoes. We need 2 more crutches and 2 more picks. For a progressive idea to get stonewalled immediately by people who don't understand the concept of the future and what it could bring. Oh, I see. That makes sense. I kind of figured you hit enter too early, but like, it's just kind of funny because you're just like, but it. What? Return to ocean, become crab, though. I don't need both of those. What I do need is rock crafts. 1,000. Let's clear some boulders. Also, weaving thread. Lots of thread. Let's dye some cloth as well. I know for a fact I've got dye sitting around, so might as well use it. How long is your bus ride, Llama? If I can ask. Because something I've started doing, at the very least on the louder buses, is I bring earplugs with me. I'm one of those people who it's like, I get bothered by loud noises. And especially for like louder highways and stuff. Like if I'm going to be doing a lot of walking outside, I don't actually wear headphones anymore. I literally just wear earplugs. 60 minutes. At the time. It's a pretty rough commute, actually. As somebody who did commutes for years, I don't envy it. Hope work's been good, by the way. Put on an album and vibe. That's what podcasts are for me. Because I just kind of, to me, headphones just sound like shit. It doesn't matter how nice the headphones are or if they're noise canceling. So I put on a podcast because, you know, if the audio quality on a podcast isn't perfect, it doesn't fucking matter. It's just a radio show, right? So I don't need to blast it super loudly, and I just kind of leave the volume a little lower and just chill. Much prefer that. So everybody is storing owned items, picking up equipment, so everybody's getting new clothing. Bum, 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 bum. I wonder. So there's this account that subscribed to me on YouTube ages ago. Maybe not ages ago, maybe like a year and a half ago or so. Around the time my DF News videos started doing well. And it's a channel that has a bunch of like old Halo videos on it from like 11, 12, 13 years ago. Most of them are like 1 minute long memes. But when I saw the name like subscribed to me back then, and I noticed they had a couple subscribers, I clicked on it because I was like, this looks familiar. And I watched a bunch of their videos, and I had this realization that, oh, I've seen these before. Like, I watched these when they were new, like 15 years ago, because, I mean, like, some of them have, like, 15 million views and whatnot, right? It's weirdly funny to know that, like, this YouTube channel that I watched 15 years ago, 10 years ago, is now subscribed to my stuff, like, largely a decade plus later. It's weird how small the world is. Like, have you ever, like, gone to a YouTube video and you're like, man, this is a great video, and you go to leave a comment and then realize you left a comment on it 8 years ago or something? Because I had that happen recently with a, with an Iron Maiden live performance YouTube video. And it's, you know, it's like just them playing a festival, right? But this video's like 10 years old, and I remember I was watching it the other day, and it was like, or a couple weeks ago now, and I was just like, man, it's a really, really, really good recording of this. Like, gosh, like, they look so much younger and shit like that. And I scrolled down to leave a comment, and then I saw that I'd left a comment, and I felt weird because I had no recollection of that video or leaving a comment on it or anything. But turns out, left a comment on it. Work's been good. Everything is super chill. You've been dealing with a client who's taking ages to respond to everything, and it's super frustrating because you can't just get on and do shit. Yeah, I get you. I know that feeling. I've encountered this weird problem as a content creator recently, chat. I'm kind of curious to know your input on this. I was trying to get a key for a game that's out soon. This is a game that isn't out yet, that's coming out in the next couple days. I think it's actually out Thursday. Anyway, was looking for it, and then asked on my team's Discord, I'm like, anybody know where keys are available for insert game here, right? Because I wanted review key. I mean, I wouldn't really consider Iron Maiden nostalgia because I actively listen to them, but I was just like, well, I want a review key. And then a friend of mine links me a site where you can get review key. And I'm like, oh, cool. So I grabbed it. I opened the page, and it requires a YouTube channel where you get 1,000 views per video or 100 concurrent viewers on Twitch. Also, we have a tantrum. Wait, what's throwing a tantrum and toppled a Leatherworks? Damn it, wait, what? Anyway, so I don't qualify for review key for this video game that is out in a week. So I vented my complaint into my team's Discord, and 2 of them mentioned, oh, well, we have sponsorships for this, and neither of them qualify for the review key, but they're getting paid sponsorships for it, which I don't really want to do. I mean, it's not a huge game. I'm sure they've got plenty of money, but I just kind of want to play it. I don't really want to like be obliged to like promote anything. I just kind of want to play it, you know? It's like there are certain games where it's like I'm super down to just sit down and stream the game. And then there's times where it's like, okay, yeah, you want to pay me to play it? I'll accept your money and play it. But I think it's genuinely fucked up that it's easier to get a paid gig to play a game and this has happened a couple of times now, where it's easier to get a paid gig to get paid for an hour to play the game to get a key than it is to just get a review key. To me, that's genuinely kind of fucked up. Feels like your attempt to get employment in BC. Dude, if you're able to get employment in BC, I will be impressed. Especially because you're trying to get into pretty generally filled gigs. Although I would also say, look at like border guard jobs out here, Orange. They're constantly starved for work at the borders, and they pay pretty good. It's here to make dollars, not cents. Sure. But it's like, I don't want you to pay me. I just want you to give me the key. It depends on what kind of creator you consider yourself, right? I like to be somebody who has opinions on games that people can trust. Some people are just a walking advertisement. I don't like being a billboard, right? You calling me a content creator is fair, but slightly offensive to me. I don't like just being a person that makes content to be consumed. I come from an era of this industry where I want people to look at the games I play, look at my opinions on those games, and then take those opinions seriously. If I say a game is good, I want you to believe me. Yeah, I know I call myself a content creator. I don't like that label. Talking about PAX, what does that have to do with anything? But, okay, yes, that is the job. But I come from an era of this industry where I don't want to be a walking advertisement for your game. I want to be able to sit there and talk shit about it if I don't like it. And a lot of these sponsorships, they're like, yeah, you can absolutely say whatever you want. But if you get paid to play their game and then talk shit about it, they're never going to pay you to play their game again. And I don't want to be indebted to every publisher on that kind of relationship. I don't want every publisher to sit there and be like, I pay you to play this, and you say nice thing and sell me copy. That's not the way I want to do this job. Think about it this way. Let's just say because you know motorcycles, right, Pablo? Let's say you go to a motorcycle shop and they're constantly trying to upsell you on expensive parts because they've been paid a lot of money to tell you that you want those parts. Versus going to a shop to get your motorcycle repaired and they just fix the problem, patch up the old parts, and replace it with like identical replacements, and it's like they fabricate the parts that they need. Versus trying to sell you expensive brand name shit. I don't like selling you expensive brand name shit. If you want to buy a thing, that's cool. but that's not what I like doing. So if I get paid to play every single game that I'm playing, I'm just here to sell you shit. Because they expect sales. They expect a return on that. They expect lots of clicks. They expect a good rating at the end of it, which is a lot of clicks. I don't like that format of streaming. Do I make extra money? Sure. I don't want it. I'd rather make less money and focus more on Patreon and just get a key than get paid for every single game I play. Of course, there's exceptions to this rule. Like, I got paid, what was it, $50 to play fucking Earth Defense Force? I would never fucking stream that game otherwise. Never. But I got a free key for Earth Defense Force and played it on Christmas, and that was a fun goof. But I'm never going to go out of my way to buy an Earth Defense Force game to stream it. So that's kind of fine to me. But I don't want to be paid to play every single game that I play. No, I don't want to be paid for my time. I just want a review key so I can produce my show. This is my show. I don't want to be paid for my time. I want to do my job, which is I put on a show and entertain you guys. And if they want to throw money in my face to put limitations and restrictions on what I can do and say, fuck that. I don't want to be paid to play games. I want to be paid to produce a show, to produce entertainment. You know, here's the thing. If, like, I don't know, a air conditioning company wanted to pay for an ad segment in the middle of my stream, I'd be all for that. But if, I don't know, Paradox wants to pay me a bunch of money to stream Stellaris, I'm good, because I don't want to stream Stellaris. And also, like, no. Like, I'm down to sell out, and I'm down to advertise products. I don't want to sell out and advertise games. Does that make sense? Because then it spoils the water of whether or not I can be critical of games. You know, it's almost impossible for me to be critical of anything that Team 17 puts out, because they've paid me a number of times in the past. And I've noticed that, to a point now where it's like, I basically don't play any other games anymore. What does the rule sheet look like when they want to sponsor you? That's like asking, what does the rule sheet look like when you go outside? It's different for every location. Some beaches you can be naked, some you can't. It's different for every sponsor. There is no, like, rule sheet. So you're telling me that I'm going to lose my job, Ocelot? Bet. I mean, right now, the one sponsored thing that I do is I stream for Hyperstrange. But that's less of a sponsored thing and more of a, literally like a paid acting gig. They pay me as a contractor to stream on their channel. That's what they're paying me to do. Stream on their channel. Promote their channel with my audience and produce content elsewhere. But I'm not there to sell anything. Specifically, I don't have to sell things. Quite nice, actually. That's the kind of sponsored work I'm okay with doing. I don't want to be paid just to play a game, because that turns the entire stream into an ad, and I don't like that. Darren, thanks for the $3. Cheers, man. I need to refill my coffee. Got some left. My complaint here is I can do my job, but in order to do my job, I need keys for video games. But I want those keys with no strings attached. And I want those keys that just allow me to do my job instead of having to change the way I do my job to accommodate the publisher's wishes. I don't like that. And I don't care if they tack an extra $50 on top. I'm not big enough anyway to make enough money off of it that it's a huge loss if I just go, eh. And I also don't like pinning my entire revenue source on publishers liking me. It's just weird that it's easier to get paid gigs for games. Basically, what I'm saying is don't trust anything streamers say about video games. Because the way this industry is going, unfortunately, we can't be critics and content creators anymore. I like being a critic as much as I like being a creator. And I fucking hate being an influencer. I know it all sounds bizarre and strange when you don't work in this industry, but it makes sense to me. Let's start ripping down this upper area because we don't need it anymore. But I'll be honest, it kind of makes me roll my eyes into the back of my head when people say, your job is business, do business or lose your job. To me, that just means that you don't know what you're talking about. Not every single job, you choose which clients you work with and how you work with people. And this job included. I choose what clients I work with and how I work with them. And if I want to work with them on a capacity where they pay me to promote their product, cool. It's not how I want to work with publishers. I don't want a large portion of my sales to be, or a large portion of my income to be based on commission sales for games. Or whether or not I can convince all of you guys to click on a link. That sucks. Like, genuinely, that just sucks. And if you want that, you can go watch different kinds of content. But you're not going to get that from me. I'll tell you that for a fact. Is there really still sand underneath this? Oh my gosh. You'll get the occasional paid for ad segment when it makes sense, but more often than not, no. Those are going to cause problems when I dig them out. Probably not, but... Counts of vandalism and count of disorderly conduct. Beating in 29 days in prison. I feel bad for that dwarf. Not quite sure what they need, but... certainly isn't beatings. I'm a good smoking buddy.
I look forward to your show 3 days a week. You're a good smoking buddy.
Cheers, mate. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Pablo keeping that sub alive for a year? Or bringing that sub back, I guess. Have you really had that new account for a year? Shit. Curious how, because I think that you were subbed on your old account before, weren't you? Okay, so it's actually plus 6 months. Because your old account was subbed for 6 months. I mean, you talked about, like, riding a motorcycle across the US at one point, so that's kind of hard to forget. Kind of hard to forget. There was this one guy that used to watch this stream a lot when I played City Skylines specifically. And he tuned in once just at random while I was playing Dwarf. I'm like, oh man, I haven't seen you since I last streamed Cities. And he goes, how do you remember that? I don't know. We talked for like 3 days straight around that time. But yeah, when it comes to influencing things, I don't mind influencing things that aren't directly game related. But when it's directly game related, it just feels scummy. You're impressed that you survived going across the US on a motorcycle? Who is they? They always tried to kill me. They? Who is they? The Americas? Mostly dirt, coast to coast. There's always a they. Uh-huh. The other drivers. I gotcha. I mean, Orange probably knows a thing or two about American drivers. Actually, if anybody's going to be, like, well-versed in the difference between American drivers and Canadian drivers, it's probably Orange. It's probably Orange. Welcome back, Koopa. God, I'm yawning all day today. I wonder if today's going to be another, or if this week's going to be another week where I'm just sleepy the entire week. Anything neat happen? No, it's been a pretty quiet day. No invasions, nothing crazy. Doing some deconstruction. Working on rock crafts. Making crutches when the king demands. Was it one? Texas drivers are some of the... not to, like, make assumptions about Texas so that I've never been there. Isn't Texas generally pretty spread out? Aside from, like, a few absolutely clusterfucky highways? Oopsies. Move construction. R-O-C-K. I haven't seen a ROC ever in this fort, actually. Homicidal or suicidal? You still have a dwarf in Longdeath? Nope. Not since the last one died of old age. Homicidal and suicidal depending on whether or not they're oblivious or angry. Got it. I feel like everybody in New York, New Jersey need to watch a couple Not Just Bikes videos. I think it might do them some good, frankly. Kind of surprised we haven't seen any attacks just yet, though. Thinking about actually, like, moving this entrance from over here to connect to this down here, like, just have, like, a drop-down connector to connect to this bridge here, and thus get rid of all of this up here. Maybe even this, you know, maybe leave the temple there, like, that's fine, but get rid of all of this upper walkway up here. Like, we really don't need it anymore. That'll happen, yeah. I mean, the way these sieges have been going so far is they attack me a bunch and then they don't attack for a while, and then they attack me a bunch and then they don't attack for a while, and we seem to be in a don't attack for a while phase. Oh, would you look at this? Who's attacking them over there? Oh. That's new. Stone, you might want to look at this. The mountain home? The army of massive gravel relics marched on Yellowseer. Yellowseer, the human town of 600 that we're at war with, the mountain home is marching on them. That's interesting. Hmm. My war efforts, they attacked me. It's like their hobby war. I don't think they're capable of making artifacts post-world generation, so all of the artifacts that they have are my artifacts, and I have no interest in invading them. I'm not sending my soldiers out, and please don't tell me to. My dwarves are too valuable to risk that. I do not want to do simple non-aggressive raids, and once again, please don't ask me to. Have you not heard about this thing called trading? I traded with them back and forth for literally 200-300 years. All right? So no, they haven't taken my artifacts. I sold them to them. So all of the artifacts that they have are artifacts that are from this fortress. In fact, I'm pretty sure that all of the artifacts in the world in this world are from my fortress. And once again, please don't tell me to go attack them, because no, I'm not going to do that. No, but you are. In my heart, anyway, armor. No, it's fine. Okay, well, the entire point of this fortress is to keep the citizens alive as long as possible. I have a population of 30, right? Those are 30 dwarves that are citizens in this fortress. Okay, the reason the population is so low is because we haven't gotten a migrant wave since year 130 something. All right? We're on year 400 something. The only population gain I get is from new dwarves that are born in the fortress. All right? 5 of that 30 are children. If I send out 10 dwarves to go do a simple non-aggressive raid, and let's just say they happen to not do super well, and they all get captured, or some of them die, that is a lot of fortress value and potential long-term success that I lose for a very frivolous endeavor. So no. It's not a matter of I don't want to do it. It's a matter of I don't want to lose a single dwarf for any reason. So you don't understand how Dwarf Fortress works. So Dwarf Fortress has a cap in this version and the current downloadable version. When this list here hits 3,000, you stop getting migrants. Doesn't matter if your civ is dead. If this number hits 3,000, the dead and missing number, it caps your population and you stop getting migrants. The game is not designed to keep fortresses alive this long. This has been a problem in long-term fortresses as long as Dwarf Fortress has been a game that people have played. This is something that Tarn is looking to remove. It's an old, basically bottleneck that Tarn put into the game artificially back in the day to stop people from having fortresses with more than 3,000 entities in the game. All right? So what happens is this number hits 3,000. Now, if I use DF hack, which would go against the whole point of this fortress, I could reset this number, or I could reset the game by backing out to the main menu, retiring the fort and reclaiming it, but it would also break the entire point of this fortress. So, no, my Civ isn't dead. But there is a cap for your potential population, and it uses the dead and missing screen. But no, if the Civ was dead, they wouldn't be invading other locations for me. It's worldwide, it's map-wide. Anything on your map that's dead or missing is considered to be dead or missing. This includes livestock, cats, dogs, invaders, citizens. It took us about 120 years to hit 3,000, and it's stayed low ever since. Longdeath is a unique beast. And in order to actually achieve my goals, I literally can't do a lot of things that you would normally in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, it's just that dwarves are like pandas. Getting them to screw requires a lot of work. No, it doesn't. Getting them to not make 15 casual relationships with multiple, like we've had 2 new children today. It's raising the children successfully that's difficult. But also, hi, Disco Waffles. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's not that hard to get dwarves to screw. The hard part is getting them to marry. Once they're married, they pop out babies like crazy. But the issue is, especially in the current version, is dwarves really like casual relationships to the point where they prefer... Can anything raise the birth rate? No. What? No, I mean, I bring in married couples in the form of merchants from the local helixes, and then they make me babies. Why do I need to raise the birth rate? I mean, I could go into the game's files and artificially increase it, but that would be cheating. I'm playing the game in a default state without modifying anything to prove to people that it's possible. But no, I mean, this isn't an issue unless you make it an issue, right? The current rate at which we're maintaining the fortress population is fine. It hasn't decreased in over 100 years, right? So it's not an issue. I don't need to increase the birth rate. It's just fine where it's at currently. But it doesn't change the fact that there ain't no fucking way in hell that I'm going to send out my valuable as hell dwarves to just go die for no reason. Potentially. I mean, that happens in real life too, Disco Waffles. It gets cold outside. People stay inside for a bit. 9 months later, everybody has baby. Makes perfect sense. It's the same reason there was like a child boom about 9 months into the pandemic, is because everybody was really fucking bored. And now there's a ton of like small kids in my building, and it drives me nuts that have all been born during the pandemic, and kids crying above me, and blah. I hate it. The hell. Plenty, but none off the top of my head. I'd have to go digging for which ones are. That's one of those things where it's like, if you want to go find that information, just go download the save file and look. Retire the fort and look in Legends. That would be much easier to do. But the short version is yes. As for which ones, I mean, it's hard to say. It's like guesswork practically. But like, Yeah, it's largely guesswork. Like, this is a merchant, but this is a merchant that was born in the year 41 who's dead. And they're the marital grandfather of this dwarf. So this dwarf was born in the year 41, probably was brought here in like 120 something. What about your parental grandparents? Sparkly 4K. Sparkly's grandparent was Axon the First. And Axon the First was somebody of the first of their kind. She has the appearance of somebody that is 494 years old and is one of the first of her kind. Yeah, because she's dead. So this screen just keeps updating for some reason. It's kind of sad that in the afterlife, this dwarf is just afraid after experiencing trauma. Anyway, yeah, this dwarf was born before time started. And this dwarf is the parental grandmother of Sparkly 4K, who is the parental grandfather of my king. So Axon is the great-great-grandfather of this dwarf, who's my king. And Axon was like in the first 100 dwarves in this fort. I don't think Tarn has mentioned Afterlife once. Afterlife is cheating. It just means that, like, you get more time afterwards, which isn't true, so I kind of hope it doesn't. That's more of a religion thing, less of a magic thing. It's a shame that you can't go into the RL game files. What? Oh, into the real. Oh, sorry. It took me a moment to realize that you were being sarcastic about real life and not like Dwarf Fortress. I was like, what? Okay, I understand. Yes and no. But I've never heard Tarn mention Afterlife once. So, I don't know if that's even a thing. There's a story about how in New York in the 70s there was a power blackout for 3 days and 9 months later the population spiked. TV can be a contraceptive. So can social media. In my experience, so many people spend too much time on social media. They don't go outside. And then they complain they have no friends. Guilty. I don't care. I mean, considering the king's firstborn son isn't in the fort right now. The king's firstborn son is this dwarf, Radio Free Olive, who got booted out. I kind of hope that Zindros gets it, because Zindros is a great dwarf. But I don't really care. If I don't have the king in the fort for a bit, that's fine. Doesn't really change me or my game. That's because a lot of matches on Tinder are bots designed to promote Instagram accounts or TikTok accounts. In fact, that's the majority of accounts on Tinder, is there, especially the ones that you'll be encountered with if you don't have Tinder Platinum or Gold or one of the various scams that they have. Is they just want you to give them money so that they don't match you with just the bots that are trying to promote, you know, sometimes even Twitch accounts. If an outsider is chosen, we're not technically a mountain home because we've never had enough population. We're only a village, technically, so no. Not necessarily. The only reason I have the king in my fortress is because one of my dwarves inherited the role of king. And then that king died, And there was a different king outside of the fort for a bit, and then that king died, and then we got the king back. I can tell you how many real people I've met through Tinder. Oh. I'm just starting to believe that Tinder doesn't work for certain types of people, and I think I'm the kind of person it doesn't work for. And that's with more than just Tinder. It's like every dating app. Quite a lot is 5? Well, it's 5 times what I've done. Congrats, dude. Doesn't work for a lot of people, Armor. You like to pretend Dwarf Fortress is more than it is? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's why Zach has a quote that he did in an interview a while ago where he said that Dwarf Fortress's simulation is so convincing enough that people start to extrapolate what they think the intent was of the dwarves, which makes them seem a lot more realistic than they actually are, which is the magic of Dwarf Fortress. Is it actually the most advanced simulation ever? No. But people treat it like it is. Thus making it into more than the sum of its parts, which is what makes Dwarf Fortress so interesting. Just gonna get some of these merchants working on rock crafts. I don't have enough rock crafters. Let's give them all of the crafts, because they're gonna want crafts, and I know that. Yeah, no, playing Dwarf Fortress is like playing D&D with yourself, but without the other people. I'll one up you there, Pablo. Being single after a 9.5-year relationship has been a roller coaster. Considering the last time I was actively dating apps didn't exist. Now imagine if you were in the same situation, Pablo, but you didn't own a motorcycle. But yeah, no, I do really like the kind of solo D&D aspect of Dwarf Fortress. It's a little bit more difficult to do it with this particular fort than it is with the Plank of Nations stuff. Because the Plank of Nations, I have a lot more flexibility to twist it. This one, it's just kind of like, I mean, we've referred to it as the Dwarf Fortress soap opera a couple of times. Because that's literally what it is at this point, right? Also, I like that Diamond and the Captain of the Guard are lovers. Problem is this Captain of the Guard is married. You know, and then has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's interesting. My Captain of the Guard, Saigon, was in love with the one of the outpost liaisons that we had. This is actually like the problem that I've been running into. Is these dwarves, this dwarf, right, will go grab all of these lovers. And this dwarf's already married. And none of those lovers are going to get married to somebody else because they're loyal to the one lover, most likely. So because none of them are going to get married, none of them are going to have kids. And they don't have kids until they're married. So this dwarf here is a problem because they're clogging up my baby making pipeline. Which is kind of annoying. It's like, I really wish that these dwarves wouldn't just like, you know, take everybody out of the possible options pool. Wow, I finally got the email. So this is from Twitch. Starting today, you are now allowed to create live content on other platforms. This means that you have more flexibility to explore and use different off-platform features to further build your community and interact with streamers off Twitch. When we first developed the Twitch partner, this is an email from Twitch directly. When we first developed the Twitch partner program, we felt it was important for streamers to focus solely on Twitch for their live streaming to build their communities, and we still believe that Twitch is the best place for creators to build and engage with their community. We also recognize that the digital landscape has changed since we first introduced the Twitch partner program. Duh, that was 2011. And that many of you engage with your communities in many different places. So we are updating our policy so that we no longer are enforcing this portion of your agreement, and will be updating terms early next year. To clarify, we do not allow simulcasting? Casting on multiple. Okay. We do not allow streaming on web-based Twitch-like services that support streaming for extended periods of time. So they don't support me streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, or Twitch and Facebook at the same time. So web-based services that compete with Twitch, they don't allow us to stream on simultaneously. For extended periods of time, such as YouTube and Facebook, because we believe that engaging with two streams at once can lead to suboptimal experience. I agree. For your community. However, we know many of you want to use other services to grow your community. So simulcasting on short-form mobile services such as TikTok or Instagram Live is allowed. We're committed to having open dialogue with you to hear your thoughts and answer your questions. Thursday, on a special extended episode of Patch Notes, we're going to be extending random bullshit. Interesting. With orcs and gnomes modded in? Why'd you mod gnomes in? Or did you just mod them to be playable? Gnomes already exist in Dwarf Fortress. They're just not playable. It's weird that you modded them in. Unless you just mean that you modded them to be playable. But that's a little strange because gnomes are mute in Dwarf Fortress. As a civ? Okay, I gotcha. Orcs are cool. Depends on how old-fashioned they are. Satchel. They like men with money. And big trucks. And I don't have either of those things. I mean, I have money, but not big truck money. Yeah, I've seen a few different mods that add orcs. They usually just kind of end up infighting with the goblins. Because they're essentially just, at least the one that I saw, literally just took like the trolls and just like made them green, essentially. And made them like shown by an O instead of a T. But used the same like large size and body scale and all that, but gave them better weapons. Made them into their own faction. It's kind of neat. Civs that who want to own the world don't tend to get along. Yeah, you know, generally. I think my favorite mod that I ever saw is, or for modded Civ, is one that Cupo made, which added brownies. Which, for those of you who don't know, brownies are like big fairy critters, essentially. But they modeled them after elves. Except the difference was the brownies could mine and had metal. So they had brownies that would basically be elves with their big animals and whatnot, but they had like threatening weapons. Yeah, like elves plus. That seemed like a pretty cool little idea, but I thought you were going to say that they sell you Girl Scout cookies, but... Their immortality? How about the fact that they have zero intention to kill every single dwarf when they attack you? Because they only fight until they run out of ammunition. So they retreat a lot quicker than, like, any other faction. Which means you can actually... The best way to fend off elves is to build a trap with a bunch of, like, unarmed zombies in it. And then they just shoot... No, they want you to stop chopping down their trees. They don't want to weaken you. They shoot their arrows at the zombies until they run out of arrows and then they leave. Pilot, the 5th, has been taken by a Fey Mood. Yeah, nobody can give you a peace treaty, though. It's not just the elves. It's everybody. But they do give you a warning if you have a Baron. They ask you to stop chopping down so many trees. And no fortress needs as many trees as people can chop down. I think people just think that fighting them is fun, but they are unfortunately the least interesting adversary in the game currently. I'm looking forward to the next update, because if they get godlike medals, that'll be rad. Nope, there's no structural integrity in Dwarf Fortress. One said one of your adventures, elf companion, become the elven diplomat of that faction. That's kind of neat. In my other, in the Plank of Nations playthrough I've got, the king, queen, and outpost liaison were all dwarves from a separate fort of mine that then migrated to my current fort in that world, Threat Dweller, when they all became royalty, which is kind of neat. That's just my theory. I don't know if that's actually what's going to happen, but that's just me putting 2 and 2 together based on what Tarn said. Yeah, it's like Minecraft. Pablo. There was a brief period of time, or like a version of the game once, that added structural integrity. But everybody's forts caved in, and so Tarn removed it from the game. Supposedly there's like a way to turn it on, but I don't know how to. Because it's the meme. Dwarves show up and they chop down everything, and then they complain that they have no food. And it's like, well, can't help you, really. You know, quite literally, like, when I say it's a meme, it's like, people, you know, it's like those people who call you a heretic, unironically, when you're just like, yeah, I'm trading with the elves because they're selling me fancy veggies. And, like, apricots and shit, which I can't get on my map, which I do all the time. Like strawberries and things. Like fruits and vegetables and foodstuffs that I can't easily acquire just by being here. What's up, Cyborg? Well, the thing that I like to call people out on in Dwarf Fortress is they go, elves are evil or whatever, when it's like, if you actually look at like the factions siding, the evilest faction in the game is the elves. Or not is not the elves, it's the humans. Humans have like the weirdest laws, the weirdest morals, the worst goals. They cheat and lie and gamble more than any other faction. They're far and away the evilest faction in the game, which I think is kind of funny. Damn right, Callias. Oh, minus the giant rhinos, but definitely the unicorns, yeah. Yeah, they're humans in real life, basically. Like, humans are far and away the evilest faction in the game. Speaking of, I want to move my unicorns underground. I'm very worried because these humans have a tendency of attacking me and then getting in and killing all of my unicorns. So I'm actually going to move them all underground. I mean, that's just because their species-based alcohol tolerance is lower. That's not really a fair comparison, but... Hollow Diamond. How are you? Can tell you right now they're not up. But you just figured that out. Are you almost at 2 million, or am I reading that number wrong? Damn, just below 2 milli. Holy fuckaroonies. Investments are not up, so don't bother trying to invest them. But seriously, dude, that's a lot of tickets. We're about to hit 1 year of time spent. So the next one is good? Uh-huh. Crickets, yes. That's what happens when I turn my stream on at the beginning most days, these days. Just crickets. And you'd love to have them as citizens? Yeah, that's one of those notoriously underbaked features of Dwarf. Something I'm looking forward to about the premium version that I don't know if you know about, Koopa, but when someone attacks you now, before they actually walk onto your map and start stabbing you to death, they demand a artifact. So goblins now and elves as well can show up and be like, or sorry, the people who siege or invade, so I guess not elves, but goblins and humans, I would assume, will show up and be like, give us the legendary sock of blah 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 blah, and then they stop attacking you after that, if you give it to them, which is kind of neat. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully they want the bad ones. Yeah, right? It's like, I want your adamantine sock. It's like, but it's an expensive adamantine sock. Never we shall fight to the last dwarf. You shall not take our sock. I can't wait for that day. It's gonna happen. The fan art will be glorious. We shall fight to the last dwarf because they wanted our sock. Give us this that leather shoe made out of cat. Okay, we'll give you the pussyfoot then. Let's see, you've got zinc, 2 pieces of obsidian, cave spider silk cloth, and 2 pieces of wood. Okay, what do you want? Probably bones. Bones. Bones it be! Not the millstone! Whatever shall we do without our prized quern? Oh no! Before handing it over? Yeah, and then it's just a matter of time until they... I mean, like, there's a really old episode of DF Talk where Tarn talks about talking artifacts because they had a question about, like, what if you could have an artifact that had someone's soul stuck in it or something? And he was just like, seems like a neat thing, but he said that it would be, like, difficult to, like, ascribe or inscribe moods and thoughts on a non-living entity. And then there's the question of whether or not a soul stuck in an artifact counts as a living entity. And then it's like, would the sword need to eat? So obviously it needs to eat the blood of its enemies, but but yeah, it's like there's a DF Talk episode from like 2011 about that. It's one of my favorites, actually. The sword has gone berserk. Then it's just like, you're playing in adventure mode and your sword goes insane. And then instead of just being a normal sword, it's a sword that just goes, ah, forever. The sword has lapsed into a fell mood, stabs its owner, cuts them up, makes them into a sandwich. Oh yeah, no, it just sounds like somebody hitting like a sheet of aluminum, right? You know, the pop, 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 pop. Like, to anybody here who's heard the band Camelot with a K, when they just have like that sheet of aluminum that they smack, it's like da 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 to make like weird fucking thunder sounds. It's that just all the time. You're okay with yelling? It's just a sword, but it's crying all the time. It's like, I don't want to fight anymore. I'm a pacifist. Holds it, instantly goes berserk. That seems annoying. That could be neat. That sounds rage-inducing, man. Imagine that fucking thing gets into your fortress and then suddenly, like, half your military's berserk. No. Yeah, cursed weapons suck, dude. I guess that's my statement. Is I think cursed weapons are not fun. Imagine a seppuku knife. I've seen some sad samurai stab themselves in the head many times. Sword got excited, +3 size. This is Dwarf Fortress, not Boyfriend Dungeon. Come on, Diamond. Please. Keep the horny for the swordies down a little bitsies, pleasies. The modders will make it that way? I hope not. I'm in. Although, you know, the thing that I've always wanted, this is like a dream feature for me, is I've always wanted you to, let's just say you go to war with the elves, right? They ambush you a couple times, yada yada. They bring some big scary animals and you fight off the siege. And it's all fine and dandy. And then you're looking at the surface one day and you realize trees are getting closer. That's my dream. I want the trees to attack you. I'm not saying The Happening was a good movie because it was a really bad movie. But imagine like the trees just start getting Forgotten Beast skills. It's like suddenly it's like the trees just start like Ents, yes, but also imagine the trees just start expelling noxious gas. Or like those clouds that make you turn into zombies and shit. Like I want the elves to curse your forest to kill you. That's what I want. Anyway, Pilot, the dwarven child, has created Toralcod, a walnut bone bracelet, and claims it as a name, claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Yushur Kingdom's Mountain. Kingdom's Mountain. Kingdom's Mountain. All right, kiddo. Who's Kingdom's Mountain? Ah. It's Dad. Or no, Mom. You dedicated it to your mumsy. How adorable. It's worth 40,800. Lawblot. Lawblot. That's a name. This is a walnut bone bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round quartzite cabochons and decorated with walnut wood, and is an absolute masterpiece for a child who made it in shop class. And it's made with cave spider silk and encircled with bands of cushioned obsidian cabochons, zinc, and baguette-cut purple spindles. This object menaces with spikes of walnut, wood, and obsidian and emu bone. But yeah, no, that's my dream. Is I want the trees to fucking kill you, and I also want you to be able to weaponize the trees against other people. But you know, there's lots of things in Dwarf Fortress that like, oh, that's a pie in the sky dream, and it's like. It's easy to imagine because of how flexible this game is in a lot of ways, but also not something that I will lose sleep over if it never gets implemented, you know? I am the Lorax. I speak for the split. I mean, I would like a Lorax, too. Like a literal Lorax, like a tree spirit that just, like, pops out of the tree and is like, you, fuck you! Quit chopping my shit down! The fuck? You only need 18 beds. The hell? You get that from like 4 trees. I mean, that's another thing that's actually going to be in the next version. The next version has... So if you fuck with the trees and you fuck with the surface too much, same with if you fuck with the caverns too much, by this I mean digging stuff up, cutting down trees, over-harvesting, that sort of thing, apparently it pisses off the local wildlife, and they will attack you. So you'll have like the Rimworld thing of like a bunch of fucking bunny rabbits invaded, depending on your map. But apparently that only happens on savage biomes. So the savage wilds biomes do that. So if you're in a calm biome, it won't do that, as I understand it. But yeah, they've posted quite a bit about that on the Bay 12 blog, about how certain biomes will fight back against your attempts to stop them from invading, essentially. Or they will fight back against your attempts to, you know, I'm trying to think of the words, but I can't for some reason. If you're a very nature-respective person, I think that's just called cage trapping and taming them, is it not? I'm pretty sure that's just taming animals. But yeah, I wouldn't expect animals to join you at any point. Like, that doesn't really make much sense. IMO. But the game's saving, we've made it to spring. Meaning I can turn the pumps back on. Oh, also, Orange, I don't know if you saw it earlier today, but the Bullets Per Minute soundtrack arrived. It's pretty fucking good. I'd hesitate to say that it's pretty fucking great, actually. Somebody died of old age. Chat, long live the king. Rest in peace, King Massive. Yep. Radio Free Olive is the king again. I wonder, where did I send you?
Bring out your dead!
I think I sent Radio Free Olive to here, or to one of these. So I should be able to request him back, but he was utterly haggard by the nightmare that is his tragic life, so maybe not a great idea. Oh, let's cancel. Oops. Remove mission, that's what I want. I'm curious to see if I can request the king back, considering I expelled the guy. But he may have also moved elsewhere. Yeah, looks like I can't. Yeah, I mean, the mountain home is, there. Also, Shock Tomb. Fantastic name for a Helix. Yeah, also he could be in Clobberhammer or Shock Tomb, either of these Helixes with 1,000 population. Like, they're not small. Can I just say I think it's amazing that Diamond popped in and was like, got to invest, and then investments happened and Diamond just totally missed it. I just think that's funny. But, like armor stands. Sorry, Diamond. You know what? I'll do you a favor. If magic lets you, then you're going to introduce... You know, the problem I think with magic, and this is why I don't like to speculate about magic. Like, every now and again, people ask me, what are you most looking forward to about the magic release? And people ask me to speculate on it pretty frequently. And all I could legitimately say is, I have no fucking idea what I'm excited about the magic release. I have absolutely zero fucking idea. Also, investments are open again if you want to invest your tickets. So my response is, I have genuinely zero fucking clue. What I'm actually looking forward to about the magic. Because there's no reason to look forward to a thing that we really... Like, we have ideas and possibilities, but nothing is confirmed. And we really have no idea what's actually going to be featured in that, right? Like, it is largely just a, well, here's a bunch of different possibilities. Hey, Peter. But we don't have any solid idea of what's actually going to be into it. I will get excited once Tarn starts posting blog posts about it, stating what's going to be in it. That's what'll make me excited. But the current, oh, well, I mean, do we know what's actually going to be in it? No. That doesn't excite me. That's like, it's fine. Yeah, I rigged this one so that you lose all of your tickets regardless of how much you invest, Diamond. Didn't you know that? The boss just gonna come in and take all of it as taxes. That's what I've done. I'm gonna pay my rent on tickets. It's not how that works, don't worry. You overhyped yourself for the villains release? You know, getting excited for things just leads to disappointment. You know that, right? That's kind of my theory, so I just do my best to not get myself excited about things, because I find that that's just kind of largely a waste of time. Taxation is theft? Corporate greed is theft. Tomato, tomato. Hi, Arch. I expect disappointment and then generally be pleasantly surprised. Speaking of expecting disappointment, chat, Arch is here. If you want to be disappointed, or rather, if you want to not be disappointed, go follow Arch. He streams games with a completely natural, 100% organically sourced Australian accent. Wow. I'm not going to say you walked into that one, but... If you want to not be disappointed, go watch him. Unlike in my streams, where you're generally just disappointed. Arch is great. Go watch Arch. Also, speaking of things that aren't disappointing, Arch is giving me a Friday off because they decided to record the podcast at a time I can't make it. So, ha! The most disappointing streamer on Twitch? You know what? You could get people to pay you $5 to say something disappointing. It's the lowest effort stream you'll ever need. It's just like, here's $5. Oh. Aw. Is that all? The most disappointing streamer on Twitch. Ding. 100 gift subs. Can't do better than that. Also, this is the king and all of their stuff being placed in a tomb. Can I just say that I think it's interesting that when the king dies, not only do they put their corpse in there, but they put all, and I do mean all, of their stuff into cabinets that you put in there. So if you put a cabinet into a tomb, the dwarves will put all of their stuff into it. I mean, shitting what? What, that you won? I haven't touched anything, sir. Without taxes, I wouldn't be able to do this job full-time. Fact. Because I would be on welfare, because I wouldn't be able to afford my meds. And I need those meds to not die. Although Tom Nook is a fucking criminal. So, you know. Defund Tom Nook. The not dying meds are the worst for you? What do you mean? Like they're the most expensive? Because they're the ones that you have to take when you want to... Ah, okay, gotcha. Me, it's just if I don't take my meds, I die. I just smoke weed when I want to die, and then 15 minutes later, all I want is cookies and, like, a comfy sofa. Defund Tom Nook. Vote Gremlin today. Yes. There you go. Tom Nook's a Chad? I doubt. Anyway, how you doing today, Arch? It's weird. I can stream on Twitch and TikTok at the same time now. I don't know how I feel about this. Should I make a TikTok account, Chad? Not that anybody would watch me on TikTok, but... Have I had a Gremlin Mayor? No. So there's a bug with gremlins, right? Gremlins can sometimes, very rarely, be sold as pets by elves, right? So you can get a tame gremlin that way. Or if you can trap them in a cage trap, which requires abusing a bug or 5, you can trap them in a cage and then tame them. If you can tame them, then all that they do is walk around your house, or your house. They walk around your fortress and talk to dwarves. That's all that they do. And slowly, learns to speak, right? They eat bones, so you need to always have a stockpile full of bones, but they slowly learn to speak, and they increase their talking skills, right? The thing that the dwarves become mayor when their talking and conversation skills are really high. So if you have a gremlin in your fort and it's tame and technically a pet, it's inevitable that if you keep it alive, it'll eventually get elected mayor. So it kind of became a side goal for this fort to acquire one, but it's pretty clear now we're not going to get one. So we've just kind of made it into a chat joke. That's all it really is. But only if you want your password stolen. Does that happen a lot on there? I don't ever go on TikTok, ever, so. I'm mostly joking. I mean, I'm more likely to make a TikTok account than an Instagram account. Can you choose a gremlin as Baron? I don't know. Because they need to be a citizen. I don't know if you can make a gremlin a citizen. Technically. You'll question my health? You should question my health generally without me making TikTok. But, or a TikTok, I guess. What I really need to do is I need to make a bunch of YouTube money and then hire some Zoomer who knows how to make TikToks and just take all my Twitch clips and make TikToks out of them. That's actually what I need somebody to do. And then put them on a secondary YouTube channel and call it like Blind Clips or something. Because they are a really, 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 really good source of advertising for streams. But I don't have enough money to actually hire a Zoomer, and I don't make enough money for it to, like, be a worthwhile money thing. I occasionally make clips and put them up on Twitch, but... Oh yeah, I know. You know, all those things you can. But yeah, that's the best way to get animal people into your Civ, is just go play adventure mode for a bit. Which is fine if you're playing a fort that you're constantly retiring. And I do that with some forts where I retire them pretty frequently. I don't even have that footage. I don't even know where that footage is anymore. It's lost in Longdeath somewhere. Orange. But yeah, I'm sure somebody could do it, but I don't have the time or the energy to I don't have the time or the energy to maintain and update a TikTok. Well, that's fun. Yeah, I don't know. I've never installed TikTok on any platform. I haven't done it. I've never even been to the website. But, you know, as I was talking about earlier, I don't need to make all of the money. I just need to make enough money. And I feel like if you're looking for Dwarf Fortress content, you'll find me. It's not very likely there's people on TikTok looking for Dwarf Fortress. I don't need to talk about it. I'm maybe better at exploring stuff than you give me credit for, Arch. But the issue is, it's not a matter of do I want to do it or not. It's a matter of do I have the energy to do it myself? If no, it's not going to happen because I'm not going to pay somebody to do it. What, practice explaining it to normies? Or what? Is as niche as you can get? Dwarf Fortress YouTube is already as niche as you can get. One of my dwarves is mad that a convicted criminal received justice. I'm confused by this. Where those elves go? Oh, there you are. And if you're volunteering to make TikToks for me, Arch, I'll tell you this. If I wanted volunteer labor, I'd have a volunteer already. I don't let people work for free for things that make me money. I let you edit the podcast because it makes none of us money. If it was making money, I'd be paying you for it. I actually got a DM recently that said some nice things about the podcast, and they said, thank you for making the podcast, even though I'm pretty sure it doesn't make a large amount of money. I'm like, large amount of money? Doesn't make any, let alone large amount of money. Current profit from the podcast, minus $400-ish, maybe. From hosting and such. Not quite that much, but it's like minus $290 or something. There is a vampire in the walls. The vampire's name is Zaloro. Zaloro became a vampire in this fortress and went insane shortly after becoming a vampire and eating 2 people. Large amount, it doesn't make a small amount. Absolutely. It doesn't make an amount. Yeah, here. Oh, wow. This is a lot of the king's possessions are just being thrown into the garbage. It's kind of amazing, actually. Let me just find a dwarf that worships Shinrus at Amber. This god. Yeah, in the mid-spring of 121, Shin cursed the dwarf Zaloro to prowl the night in search of blood in Longdeath. In the year 121, spring. Nope. Toppling any piece of furniture in a temple curses dwarves. Doesn't matter whether it's a statue, a chair, or a armor stand. If they topple a piece of furniture in a temple, it curses them. Why did you think it didn't happen anymore? It's also not a 100% chance that they get cursed, but it's a very high chance. Also, if anybody's wondering, I host a podcast. Arch hosts some episodes with my stream team. If you want to hear my voice talking about other various games, it's a good place to find it. Yeah, sure. But think about it this way. If you have a temple that's dedicated to all gods, it's dedicated to everybody's god by default. So if you worship, I don't know, the god of pain and misery, and you run into a temple dedicated to the god of mountains and you break something, you won't get cursed. But if you worship a god of pain and misery and you run into a temple that's dedicated to nobody in particular, you'll get cursed. At least that's how I understood it. Also, Arch, I'm kind of jealous of other groups I know that make podcasts because everybody's been starting movie podcasts recently where they just like make podcast movie reviews of a film where they all just watch the movie and then basically just review it and make it kind of like a watch cast thing. Really jealous of those. I think something like that would be a lot of fun is all I'm trying to say. Not saying we should start a second podcast. I'm just suggesting maybe we start a second podcast. Lock it behind a paywall or something. So we can actually pay people. That and I need to figure out some way of forcing half the team to watch the Blues Brothers because nobody's seen the Blues Brothers and that's a crime against humanity. Would be a cool podcast. No, it's like 3 different groups of podcasters I know have one. It's like Waypoint has Waypoints. Chilluminati has Rotten Popcorn. Nextlander has the Watchcast. What's the Blues Brothers? Get onto my stream. Go watch the Blues Brothers. See you in an hour and a half. 2 hours. 2-hour movie. It's a movie from my childhood that I'm always shocked and offended when people haven't seen it because it's one of the greatest movies of all time. I'm not actually shocked nor offended, but it's the movie that holds the second place record for the most police cars destroyed during a movie production of all time. That was only topped by the sequel, which unfortunately wasn't very good. But it's a comedy musical, and it's wonderful. but it's from the eras of practical effects. So it's something like 1,800 police cars were destroyed during the filming of that movie, including like a police car that like goes down the side of a highway, up the side of the other oncoming traffic highway, gets air, and then gets stuck in the back of a semi-truck trailer and just drives off. Shit like that. Like, there's some incredible stunts in that movie. They also, classic lines like, I hate Illinois Nazis. It's a good movie. It ages like wine. It's fantastic. The movie gets better the older it gets. Fucking rocks, too. Soundtrack is fucking phenomenal. And lines like, you got us in this mall, you get us out. You want out? Okay. Fantastic movie. Your 1,800 police cars destroyed, and you know that you're talking about the Blues Brothers. Damn right! The SWAT team comes after them, and they're just screaming, hut, 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 just down the side of the building. The best thing about the Blues Brothers is I could, like, no context spoil half the movie, but no one will... It doesn't matter because of how absurd that movie is. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous, the stuff that I can say about that movie. And it doesn't spoil a second of it because it's still so bizarre to see all of that stuff happening in real time. Long story. So a while ago, me and my stream team, we used to have a show called After Hours. Yeah. Where we would all just sit on one of our team's channels and play a game. Usually board games, but it was always like some sort of cooperative or like fun like board game, generally. That shows something we haven't done in a while, but it was good fun when we did it. In one episode, I quoted the Blues Brothers. I said, "We're on a mission from God," which is a line from the Blues Brothers. Nobody knew what it was. And so the result was I had like, you know, a kind of a comedic mental breakdown about the fact that nobody that I work with had not even seen the Blues Brothers, but had even heard of it. Like no one knew what it was. Like this is one of the greatest films of all time. Genuinely, in my opinion, like if I were to name like top 5 films of all time, it would be like number 2. Like I love the Blues Brothers. That is a fantastic movie. I own the soundtrack on 2 different formats. I have the CD and the cassette. Absolutely adore that film from end to end. But none of them had heard of it. And this made me sad. So you know what me and my Discord did that night is I went onto Netflix and I restreamed, because this was like height of the pandemic, right? I restreamed all of the Blues Brothers on my Discord. And we all sat there as a group and watched it. And it was hysterical laughter and good times. Need white bread, toast, dry. 3. Did you hear what those 2 guys want? What do they want, darling? One of them wants white bread, toast, dry. Elwood. The other one wants 3 fried chickens and a Coke. It's Jake and Elwood, the Blues Brothers. Said the sequel was bad. So the actual reason why the Blues Brothers exists, right? Blues Brothers was a movie made largely by 2 comedians, right? And these guys had a lot of money from SNL, the rise of stand-up comedy in the 80s, and we're seeing massive success, right? But in that era, the music industry, for certain types of music, was kind of trash, specifically for blues, black gospel, and early rock and roll. So if you were a early rock and roll musician from the States, odds are pretty good you were broke. And so they made a movie and hired as many musicians as absolutely possible so that they could pay them a chunk of money so that they could go have a retirement. It was literally the purpose of that movie, was just, let's get as many rhythm and blues and black gospel musicians as possible into a movie. We'll make it a comedy about these 2 guys trying to put their band back together to give these guys a retirement fund. That was the reason for that movie to exist. After the movie came out, one half the cast died. One of the 2. I'm terrible with actors' names. I can look them up. John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd. Yeah, and then... Yeah, and then John Belushi passed away, right? So... Then, I think, was it? Yeah, so John Belushi passed away. What year did he die? Yeah, he died in 82. So the movie came out in 1980, and he died 2 years after it came out, at 33 years old. Drug-induced intoxication, combined drug intoxication was his cause of death. So then they made a sequel with just Dan Aykroyd. And it's fine, but the music's not as good. The jokes aren't as funny. The writing isn't as good. It's kind of like... Trying to think of a good comparison. Ghostbusters is a phenomenal film. Absolutely phenomenal film. Ghostbusters 2 doesn't need to exist, but they made a sequel. This is kind of the same thing. It's not that the sequel's bad necessarily. Like, you can watch Blues Brothers 2000 and it's fine, but it's not good. Yeah, they did destroy twice the number of police cars, yes. In the sequel. So there is that. I mean, if you just want to see more police cars destroyed, then, like, you can watch the sequel, but like, it's on Netflix, it's on Amazon Prime, it's on every single, like, major streaming service. Like, it's a very easy movie to go see. Also, my frame rate just went fuckies. Is it the elves trying to leave? Nope. I don't know. Huh. Frame rate went all kaput. Was to defund the local law enforcement. I'm pretty sure they weren't actual police cars, though. I thought that they were all just, like, they just bought a lot of used models of that model of car and painted them like police cars. Like, they're stunt mobiles more than anything, but, you know. But yeah, it's not the same without the two of them, is the actual issue. It's like, Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi are such a good duo together that it kind of ruins the sequel because of that. God, I want to watch the Blues Brothers now. Chad, you guys busy tonight? You guys want to watch the Blues Brothers? Might do that this weekend. But yeah, no, it's really funny, actually, seeing stuff about the Blues Brothers in the current year, because that movie does actually age really, really well. I can't stream Netflix anymore on Discord because Netflix embedded, what's it called, copy protection now. So I just get a black screen when I try and stream it, so... Steam having problems? It is Tuesday. Yeah, they're doing server stuff. So, yeah, I can't stream movies on Discord anymore, which is a shame. But if you have Netflix, you can go watch it yourself. Try Firefox? No thanks, I'm good. I also don't really like streaming films on Discord, just in general, because it is direct piracy. So I'd rather not get my Discord server deleted. It's something I've done, like, twice. And it was during the pandemic, or during the height of the pandemic, when the reasoning was like, well, you know, we're all just friends hanging out together. But I'm not going to stream movies on there anymore. You guys can watch it on your own time if you want. Like, I'll still do the record stuff, but I'm not going to do movies. Movies are more actively policed on Discord than music is. Also, at the very least, you know, I own the hard copies of my records, so I have more legal ground to get away with it. Feels like I'm about to get attacked. Or there's something stuck somewhere. Actually, hold up. This is the problem. I mean, 2021 still was pandemic. You haven't seen Animal in a while? He was here earlier today. He resubbed at tier 3 earlier today. 2 hours ago? You just need to be here earlier. Opened up Twitter. That was a mistake. I'm going to close Twitter. Well, I opened up Twitter and saw that Montreal was trending. I was like, what the fuck's going on in Montreal? And assumed it was hockey, naively. And now, no, you know what? I'm closing that. It's fine. Wonder what Gamescom's going to be like this year. I'm really curious to see pictures and see how many people are actually there. Seems like Steam's back up, by the way, for those of you who are like, oh no, Steam having problems. I actually download stuff again. Wasn't you? I'm glad that you didn't do it. For reference, oh, never mind, Steam's back down. For reference, 2 people were shot. So, better not be you, Orange. Now you gotta Google what happened in Montreal. 2 people shot. Bobbity, bobbity, bobbity. Large chunk of town has been shut down. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck my frames went, though. According to Twitter. Yeah, 3 hours ago. Your CBC. I literally walked up that street, I think, when I was there. Hello, Hurums. What's up? How's things? Frame rate's a little fucky. So damn right I hope it wasn't you, Orange. No, let's lock everybody in the tavern, see what happens. Up into mid-spring, everything's melted. It's dangerous to go alone. Here, take this. Yeah, after skimming it, it doesn't seem great. Shooting's not fun. Unless you're shooting film. That's an okay kind of shooting. Or, yeah, shooting back booze. Yeah, that's another okay kind of shooting. Although, you know, I shouldn't be shouting because, like, you know, someone was shot at a motel a couple blocks from me not too long ago. Skimming the rest of the article. Yeah, 2 people or the perpetrator's still at large too. That's fun. Gotta love it. All right, well. Please don't kill people, chat. This is what happens when I look at Twitter. I find out that people just died. That's fun. Dwarf is doing better after their chunk of time in prison. It sucks, though, when you have these merchants that just want to practice some martial art. It's like, I wish I could put you in the military, Dwarf. I wish I could. Make my life so much easier if I could just put you in the goddamn military. Meanwhile, Mary just wants to fight. Yeah, no kidding. Armor. It happens here too, though, so you know, there's no reason to be like, well, that's depressing. DC will be better. It's not. Same things happen here. Although usually here it's even more depressing because it's like, oh, it's just gangs killing each other. It's like, that's not good. Like, they say that like it's an okay thing. It's like, what? How can you say that like that's okay? It's like, oh, it's gang members shooting each other. It's like, but. It's like they're not wrong in most cases here, but. Can a dwarf beat up an enemy that is chained up? I don't think that chained up units count as being physically located. Like, I've seen tantruming chained up units be unable to hurt non-chained up things. I don't know. I've never seen it, but probably. There was that one fort where I had all of my prison cells in the tavern, and the chained up dwarves would sing, take part in dances that were close by to them. So they can do quite a lot of stuff while chained up. And then one of them tantrumed and then beat the shit out of a human while tied up. But I've never actually seen anybody hit them. Yeah, no, pretty much. I mean, I've literally never had a problem here, aside from, like, occasional old weird guy trying to sell me heroin. But, like, outside of that, like, I've literally never had a problem, and I live in one of the worst areas in the lower mainland because the rent is cheap. And it turns out the rent is cheap, but also, to quote my landlord when I first moved in, well, you know, the neighborhood has a reputation. I mean, there are some pretty legendarily terrible executions that have happened amongst gangs here, but fortunately those were all quite a while ago. The only thing that I like that's spicy is my Korean fried chicken. And my hot peppers. Those are good spicy. Otherwise they wouldn't be hot peppers. All right, chat, we've made it through a whole year. And we've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I think it's time to go play some Curse to Golf. What do you think, chat? You guys want to go be Curse to Golf? I kind of want to be Curse to Golf. Dwarf Fortress is fun, but I think that's enough of it for this channel for today. Tomorrow we'll be playing more dwarves in a different fort. But if you are here specifically for Dwarf Fortress stuff, I do hope you'll stick around for some other stuff. But if not, that's fine too. There's a ton of Dwarf Fortress stuff on my YouTube channel, as well as 2 other lovely folks streaming Dwarf Fortress right now if you just want to go watch more dwarves. If you are sticking around, though, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be rad. Or just show of hands, you know, say you're sticking around. Doesn't really matter. But we're gonna go get Cursed to Golf once the game's done saving. All right. It is now time to close this. Turn this off. Full screen for a sec. Set the game to Curse to Golf.